And welcome everyone. I think that we are live and back again with the Freedom 24 Ladies Cup in Vienna. I'm also in Vienna, but not at the playing venue, but at home. All right. Hope that you all are doing well. I think the stream is running without any problems, but let me know if everything is working out well. And we already have the first couple of moves coming in. So yesterday was the first day with the Rapid being played. And today is the second day with the Rapid. And as you can see, first few moves are being played. Two fianchettos, but actually not the typical fianchettos, but in a more dynamic fashion between Anna Muzychuk and Olga Badelka. So welcome everyone to the stream, to all of you who have just joined in. So the first few moves are being played. And which game are we going to? Between Anna Muzychuk and Wagner Dinara, this is some pretty modern theoretical line, which I've checked at some point. Quite an interesting one. And Eileen Rubers with a Philidor. Let's actually go there from a start. Just to start out, let me change the view. So we're going into that game. Let's see what is happening there. So welcome everyone. I see that a couple more people are joining now. Today is the second day of the Freedom Ladies Cup being played in Vienna. I am also in Vienna, but not at the playing venue. Today they have changed the venue. Yesterday they played in the City Hall in Vienna. Very, very nice location for chess. But today they are playing in the House of Sports in Vienna, where the funny thing is that actually currently there is also a GM tournament being held in exactly that location. So welcome everyone. I hope you're having a good day. Some of you might be at work, some of you might be at school, who knows? Hope that you guys are gonna enjoy the stream. So in the first game, which we're having a look at between Austria's #1 female player and the Dutch #1 female player, I think that Eileen should be the #1 in the Netherlands. Some time ago, it was probably a player with, I think, Vietnamese descent, but not sure exactly now what is her name. I think a grandmaster too. But Eileen now definitely the #1 player in the Netherlands to watch out for. Anyway, enough talking. Let's get to some chess. She did go for the Philidor defense with e5. Welcome, Oliver. It's great that you made it back to the stream. Why did they change the venues? I think it was mostly because simply having the City Hall for even one day is quite a big challenge. And kudos to the organizer for even making that happen, because almost every organizer who does something in Vienna wants to do it in the City Hall. It's just a fantastic building and not easy at all to do. And so they changed it, but actually now today also the venue is very nice. I've been there just a couple of days ago. Actually 2 days ago I was there, because the GM tournament in Vienna has just started, and there I'm the tournament director. Like, I've organized the GM tournament for our youngsters. So in the Philidor, Badelka went for the move knight g to e2, which is more of a modern trend. Typically people used to play knight f3, and now knight d7 and bishop c4. This is one of the one of the most classical lines here. But yeah, knight e2 has another idea, which can be to play with h3 g4 when the knight is quite well placed on e2, for example after bishop e7. But Elka went for g3, which is another possibility. But let's just put it on the board what I've been saying. If h3 g4 now, the knight on e2 is better placed in most cases because it can go to g3 and then to f5 later on. So g3 was played, kingside fianchetto. Typically a very solid reply from white to play like this, but it's also a bit safer for black than some of the other more modern lines. For example, this is another knight e7, and for example g4 is what people are playing, or rook g1 followed by g4. Many interesting and sharp systems nowadays here. But this is how the game ensued. b4 I'm not 100% sure about, because it can be a bit weakening on the queen side. Like typically I would say that black can, for example, castle and just keep the tension here, and then maybe continue with knight d7, queen c7, bishop b7, or queen b6, and b4 can be played later. Because here b4, since the knight is on e2, the pawn on e4 is actually protected, so it does not immediately win any material. Queen a5 was played, b3, protecting the knight on a4, and c5, d5. Now black is losing a lot of space, but is trying to play on the king side. Typical for Aline, going for dynamics with h5. Guess the idea is if white goes h4, then black wins the g4 square. Still not so sure if it can really be utilized, because white can always kick it out with f3. And also white gains the g5 square. But yeah, if white at some point goes for f3, it can also be a bit weakening on the squares. That was probably her idea. But Delco strikes back with a3, playing on the queen side. h4 and now bishop d2. Take, take. This is now the current live position. So this queen on a5 needs to be on the other side of the board on h5. Then it would be pretty good for black. But here it's maybe not so easy for black to get things started on the king side. So queen b5 was played in this position, but Delka took and played c4, best move in the position. I was thinking you could also try to go after the b4 pawn, but it actually doesn't really work because black can always just protect it by going a5. And the lean doesn't take. It goes back queen b7. If black takes, that would have been my first idea, because it seems like now white can maybe try to break through with c5 at the right time. Maybe it can even work immediately. But if take, now white's pieces are coming in. I take c3, I guess now queen b7 would need to be played, and white has a lot of play on the queen side, but it's still not so easy for me to see how she can immediately proceed here. Anyway, this was played and now queen c2. I'm curious if c5 was possible immediately. Not the best move according to the computer, but one of the best. Take, and now I was thinking something like bishop g5 perhaps. Preparing d6 on the next move. Looks quite scary for black. But this is the current live position, also trying to prepare c5. So welcome to everyone who has just joined in. We are commenting the Ladies' Cup today, being played out in Vienna, featuring some top female players, among others the Mosichuk sisters, Austria's #1 female player Oya Badelka, Wagner Dinara, Germany's #1, Aline Rubers, Dutch #1, and Laura Onuk, Slovenia's #1. And the current leader is, by the way, Wagner Dinara, who has a staggering 4 out of 5 points, quite a big lead. Welcome back, Mohammed. Yesterday you've been at the stream for the whole time. It's nice that you're back. Hope that you're gonna enjoy some of the commentary. Yeah, let's maybe have a look at some of the other games. There are some fireworks in Anna Musicuk's game, and this appeared from this quite modern line in the so-called Magnus Sicilian. I think this is how people are calling it, with knight c3 and d4. Magnus was one of the first one to play this idea with queen d2. Back a couple of years, I believe it was against Radek Wojtaszek from Poland in the Tata Steel Wijk tournament. And the idea for white is actually to go for this queenside fianchetto with b3, bishop e2, and then castle queenside, which looks a bit counterintuitive if you see it for the first time. But it's actually quite a tricky system because the bishop on b2 is, and especially the fianchetto, is going to make white's king a lot safer on the queen side, and also the bishop on b2 is actually a very powerful piece. At least it has the potential. So knight f6, b3, and Dinara goes for the move e6. More common nowadays are generally some setups with g6 and bishop g7. This is possible. Also, by the way, here black does have some options to wait with knight f6, and now has some ideas like this. I think this is considered to be the main line when white is forced to play f4, and black has some ideas to try and undermine white's center immediately with e5. Sometimes even ideas with f5 are possible. But she played with e65. I've also seen this at some point. That is one of the lines which black can go for, going for the isolated queen's pawn, but opening up the bishop on f8, which could potentially go there. In fact, Germany's number one is Elisabeth Petz. Really, yesterday in the stream, someone pointed out that that Dinara overtook Elisabeth Petz. So if someone wants to check on the FIDE list to see who in fact is Germany's number one female player, be my guest. I would be curious to hear about that. So just in general, did you think about making a second YouTube channel for your German audience? Not just yet. I'm thinking of doing that maybe in the future. But for now, like the thing is also every German speaker also, I mean, almost every German speaker also speaks English fairly well. And I just like to reach a broader audience in general. Yeah. Would you like to see it? Would you like to see some German content in the future? I'll keep it in mind for sure. Yeah, so bishop e6, protecting the pawn on d5. Now bishop b5, both players are still in the book now. I've also checked this specific line at some point. a6 still preparation, take on c6, and now knight to e2. I guess that the knight could come to either d4 or f4 to harass the bishop on e6. Bishop e4 was played, a3. And now bishop d6 back. Quite obvious that Wagner Dinara is still in book here. Otherwise, it's certainly not the most obvious move to provoke the move a3, which could, I guess, be utilized by black by going queen e7 and then to hit the pawn on a3. Yeah, guys, I've checked this line a couple of months ago, and I remember some crazy complications in the end, as it usually is. It ends in a draw, but I'm not 100% sure how the lines continued. German speakers prefer to speak in their native language, even though they understand English. Yeah, of course, that's a very fair point. But as I said, currently I'm more focused on a more international audience. I mean, I still do courses in German. That's still what I do. For example, my upcoming Nimsa Rogozin course is going to be in German. But on YouTube, at least for the very moment, I'm focusing on English. So a3, bishop d6, and now g4 played by Anna Musicuk. Computer doesn't hate it, says that this is perfectly fine. Very aggressive move, sacrificing a pawn for some initiative on the g file. And according to the engine, doesn't like knight takes g4 as much here. So in classical it's Dinara, and in rapid it's Elizabeth. Yeah, that's what I've been told yesterday on the stream too. Especially jokes and funny situation can't be explained as well in foreign languages. Yeah, that's true. But I've always, like personally, I've always felt very comfortable speaking English because I was quite fortunate that my parents sent me into a bilingual school when I was quite young. And also in the years after that, like traveling internationally, I've always been quite used to speaking a lot of English. In November, Dinara Wagner was ahead. Now in December, Elizabeth is ahead again. Yeah, I've got my ELOs. No need to be so emotional about it. I've got my... Are you're speaking to me or to Mohammed? Because my only information came yesterday when someone in the chat pointed out that Dinara overtook Elizabeth this year, and that was my info. But Dinara has only 2404. I thought she had way more. She must have dropped a couple of points because I think like throughout the year she was pretty high at 2400, like 2480 or something like that. Which I believe should also be generally her strength. All right, so g4 was played, yeah. I guess knight d4 is also logical. I'm not sure what is black's idea now. Maybe just c5. Computer hates it. I guess this is a problem. Rook e1. Huh. What else? I mean, bishop d7 looks wrong. Rook e1, king f8 cannot be really healthy. I don't know if black can just castle here. Yeah. And sacrifice the pawn. This is actually losing. Ah, that's a nice trick. Queen c7 is winning. Knight d4, bishop f4. Picking up the queen on d2. Her peak was 2468 in September 2023. I thought that she was also quite high in this year with her rating. Well, thank you for correcting me on that. g4, very interesting move, and it seems like knight takes g4 was not the right way to recapture here. I don't know if you can take with the bishop or if you shouldn't take in general. Taking with the bishop might also run into some rook g1. I don't know if immediately, but yeah. I was wondering if what happens if black just takes the next pawn. Maybe something like this. If the bishop goes back. Rook e1 not there. And there might already be some tactical shots, but I wasn't so sure. Like queen g5 maybe. Maybe h6 doesn't do anything, yeah? Because I cannot take on g7, it seems like the queen should get trapped. This year she started with 2437 and declined from there. Okay. Yeah. Had that a bit incorrectly in my mind. Yeah, so this is the current live position. Queen h4 was played and Anna Muzichuk is taking a pretty long thing. Which is understandable because now it gets pretty wild. Curious what white can do. I'm thinking about some ideas with knight e4, but it's probably not doing anything much. And black doesn't have to take. This seems dangerous because the king is so weak. Queen c6 is coming. But black doesn't have to take, can maybe retreat somewhere. Yeah. Not so clear where the knight is actually going. But white has a pretty large advantage here. Lunch ready, back in 30 minutes. See you soon. What's your funny tournament story? There are a couple of them, I guess. And the most recent story I can tell you was in this year's European Individual Championship, where I played against a young and talented player from Romania. And I've had a really, really rough tournament overall. And it was the last round, and I've been suffering for the whole game. It's like a 2300 player it was. I was suffering the whole game, and I really, really did not want to finish the tournament with a loss. So in the end, it was like an end game where I'm suffering. It's probably a draw. But I made a move which looks like a blunder, but if he goes for the blunder, if he goes for the obvious move, then it's an immediate draw. And I made the move and then pretended that I blundered something. He took my pawn and then it was an immediate draw. So that was kind of a small, dirty little trick. I think it was, maybe it was him, yeah, Felix Blohberger. I'm not 100% sure anymore. It was a young Romanian player. It was, I played the French with black. Yeah, if you guys have any suggestions here how white should continue, let me know. I mean, Anna Mosicuk is thinking for quite a long time. Maybe f3 is another idea to hit the knight. Yeah, that seems like the best move, but like what happens if black just continues taking pawns and thinking of taking f3? Maybe just rook g7. That's a good move. Could maybe also think to pin the knight, but it's still protected, so the queen could probably go back. Maybe knight, not knight d4. No, don't go for knight d4 here. Then bishop f4 is just winning on the spot. Hey Felix, which is your favorite chess game from 20th century? A game which you admire a lot. Let me think about that one. You can maybe start. Which is yours? I guess it's a Fischer game, judging from your username. I'm also immediately thinking about Fischer. Generally, I really enjoy positional games or strategical games, but most of the ones that come to mind, like the most famous ones, are typically some very dynamic games. I mean, I love Fischer against Anderson. This game where Fischer went for this plan with King H1, Rook G1, G4, and this hedgehog position. That's a nice game. Kasparov Topalov, obviously that's a great contender. Yeah, 1991, was it this king run? Must have been the king run. So Anna went for knight d4. Black now shouldn't take, but move the bishop. My idea was just to go back bishop e7. Maybe there's something else too. But let's have a look at the game between Maria Mosicuk and Laura Onok, since we haven't been there just yet. And Laura sticks with her idea, which she also played against Badelka, which is some e6, b6. Against Badelka, it was through this move order, and then she went for b6. So b6, d4, bishop b7, and now a3. The whole idea is to just stop bishop b4 from being played. Knight f6, and now we've actually transposed to a Queen's Indian. Another option for white, I believe, to be d5 here. Yeah, was it was it Tata still, or was it, I'm not sure it was. Maybe it was in Linares or something like that. So d5 is another move just to restrict the bishop on b7, and then trying to develop like this. But they've transposed to a Queen's Indian, c takes d5, knight takes d5, queen c2. I think this is one of the main lines, trying to prepare e4. Take, castle, and now we reach this type of Grunfeld semi-terrace position. White obviously has the nice center, but what's especially in black's favor is that she was already able to exchange one pair of minor pieces. Otherwise, if black has an extra knight here, then the space advantage is gonna be a bit more obvious for white to realize. So this was played in a game, bishop b2, rook c8. Now queen e2, stepping out of the c file, very logical. Knight a5. Rook to d1, queen c7, and now h4. Very typical idea in those positions, just trying to push the h-pawn all the way to h6, and black should always avoid that by going h6 himself, or in this case, herself. Because if black ignores that, let's just say they make a move like bishop a8, then there's always, the king is always weak, like in the long run. Of course, the pawn on h6 might also be a weakness, but generally it is more of a strength. And in the worst case, white can always defend it like this with bishop c1 or queen e3. So this is what happened in the game. Knight e5 and f4. I like this plan here, especially that h6 now has been provoked. f6 is never going to be a thing to worry about because the knight can always jump to g6. It was in fact in vacancy, I assume. the Kasparov against Topalov game. Oh, of course, yeah, the Fischer game against Petrosian. That's also one of the very nice ones. Yeah, that's a nice game. Thanks for reminding me about that. I've seen that. Also showed it to many of my students because it's just such a classic. So f4, and White's initiative is starting on the king side, and after knight b3, I'm wondering if White can just go bishop b1 back and defend the pawn. The bishops are covering all of the entry squares on the c file, so it doesn't really matter that Black has control over the c file here. And at some point, some things with f5 could be happening, or some sacrifices even might be possible. Like if the queen moves like in a position like this, it could be possible to think about some ideas like this, just in general. Yeah, dangerous position for Black. I think that bishop e1 should be played here. Let's go back to Badelka's game. A lot of development here. Last time we saw the position was here after queen c2, knight d7, and knight c1. Very nice maneuver, trying to get the knight to d3 to facilitate the c5 push. a5, knight d3, queen c7, rook c1, and now knight c5. Probably necessary, otherwise White would play c5, keeping the position close, but now Black is stuck with his backward a pawn, and White has the protected passed pawn. Still, Black's position is solid, so even though the computer gives above +1, it's not easy for White to break through here. Let's see how Badelka improved her position. I like the idea of bishop h3 to get rid of this passive bishop on g2 and exchange it against one of Black's best minor pieces, which is the bishop on c8. Strategically speaking, a very good decision. Only here, I think it would have been nice to play knight b2. Not sure if this is actually the best move, but I would be thinking about it. Just to maybe play knight a4 on the next move. Like if Black does something like this. I thought this was interesting to go for that, but the computer doesn't really like it. Because in the game a4 then was played, I would be worried a bit that Black gets some counterplay, but the computer is not. Guess White needs to take. You were recently in India for the World Cup. What is your overall impression of the country, especially the food? I like to eat Indian food in general, but if I'm honest, not specifically every day. Like, I think for me specifically, it's quite difficult to adapt to the spices in general. I like to eat it from time to time, but to be completely honest, I had some struggles there to eat the spicy food every day. I think I was also not the only one from the players. Generally, it's very good. I really like it, but not necessarily every day. My stomach has a hard time adjusting to that. Apart from that, what always stands out to me, it was not my first time in India. What always stands out to me about the country is the, I mean, speaking about chess tournaments in specific, is the overall fascination and also support from the general public for chess players. There are like so many volunteers at the tournaments there. You could never ever see the same in European countries, where people are just helping out because probably they're not even getting anything for that, but they simply love to support the game and are true chess fans. This is what really stands out to me about Indian chess. And of course also about the people in general, that they want to help you and like very helpful and kind. All right, so computer gives a winning advantage here for White. I'm not entirely sure why that is. Is there anything tactical which I'm overlooking? It could also be that Black's position is just strategically not great because the pawn on c5 is quite weak, but I don't see an immediate breakthrough just yet. What about the country? What do you mean specifically, my friend? By the way, yeah, I was just about to say g4 is the best move in the position, which is actually preparing something nasty on the h file. I would say rook h1, queen h4 could be coming quickly. Very nice play by Bedelka in this game. g4 is a strong move. By the way, I'm again having difficulties with leeches because it is not being shown. Let me just try to fix that for a second. I would love it to be shown on the leeches website. Yesterday it worked out, but today there appear to be some problems with that. I don't know why that is. Because yesterday it was shown that I'm streaming, and I guess like there are many viewers on the tournament, like 100 people are watching. Maybe some of them would also like to join into the stream, but I have difficulties that it is being shown. I don't know what I can do. I'm logged into my account, so that's a bit strange. If you guys have any tips how to solve it, let me know. So Eileen played the move b3. The pawn was most likely gonna get more weak than it is gonna be a strength. Rook b1 played, stepping out of any b2 ideas. Rook b8 on the board. Atmosphere vibe, do you enjoy playing in India, removing the food part? Well, to be clear, I like the food. It's just a difficulty to adapt to it, to eat it every day, especially to the spices. Another thing which I've been struggling with was mostly the weather. Like the humidity specifically is difficult to adapt to, especially at this time of the year, like October, November, where in Europe it's already quite cold, and then you're going there and it hits you like 30 degrees, 35 degrees Celsius plus extreme humidity. That was probably my biggest struggle while I was there. But apart from that, I mean, the culture is very fascinating to me. I was there for quite a few times, did some sightseeing too, and always really enjoyed it. Do you agree that Jan Nepomniachtchi is the best chess player to play the candidates ever? He has like 2900 performance, combining all three candidates, literally 42 games. I've never thought about it like this. I mean, I guess that the best player to ever play the candidates was Magnus Carlsen, but I assume you mean players that did not win the World Championship match. Then it's probably Jan, yeah. At least in recent times. Hey Felix, have you ever been to South America? Greetings from Brazil. I have been to Uruguay in Montevideo. I've played the World Youth Championship there in 2016, I think. Yeah, not seeing on the Leeches page, watching on YouTube. Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. I wish it would be possible to see the stream there, but yeah. Maybe it's gonna be fixed a bit later. Yeah, Badelka is winning here. The attack should break through. It's not as winning, I would say, as computers are telling us. I'm wondering how it is winning after rook h1, queen g6. Because if queen h8, there's still king f7. I mean, there are ideas like this, but this is actually the way you're supposed to play and take on 8. And if take here, maybe just something like this, yeah. There's no way to stop queen e8 from coming. Aditya, welcome back to the stream. It's great to be back. It's an odd metric. The best player is presumably not playing the candidates. Yeah. That's how it is nowadays. Queen g4 played, also a natural move. So rook b3 was winning here, yeah, but queen g4 also keeps control. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Vichy's win was definitely a great performance. Yeah, this COVID break was, in hindsight, it was maybe quite influential for everything, actually. Like, you never know what would have happened if someone else would have won the candidates back then. Maybe Magnus would still be playing, who knows? Okay, we're reaching sort of a climax here in all of the games. Padelka should be winning. Now rook takes g5 is probably a threat. I mean, rook h8 could also be coming. What is happening in Maria's game? Also, her attack seems to be bearing fruits, if you can say it like that. She played queen e3 here, protecting d4. And broke through in the center with d5 now, also targeting the pawn on g7. Another idea. f6, rook c1, bishop c5, king h2. And knight e5, wow. So if black takes, then white can take back and is going to win the queen. Queen e8, knight g6, and now e5. Knight c4, bishop f5. Looks like a fantastic game so far by Maria Muzichuk. Bishop e6 is unpleasant. I don't even think white necessarily wants to take the exchange. Let's say black now takes on b2, then bishop e6, I assume, and then queen f5. Then there's no way to stop the knight discovery followed by queen h7 mate. Yeah, MVL was leading back then in those candidates, you're right. Yeah, so this is on the board and I don't see that black has any survival chances here. Again, if black makes any move whatsoever, then this is white's threat. Double check, king has to go back to h8. And queen h7 mate. So what is going on in this game between Anna Muzichuk and Dinara Wagner? Knight e4 was played back there, bishop e7 as expected. Spending a lot of time on that move. Almost 6 minutes. A bit more than 6 minutes even. Bishop e7, queen c3, queen h6. And white sacrificed 2 pawns, but seems like got pretty good compensation. Just now didn't find the right way to sacrifice the exchange. Not so easy to see why. I mean, even this is just such a mess. Queen b4, queen c5, protecting c2. Now black is up a full piece. Well, now, okay, now things are clearing up because we're entering an endgame. And now black is up 2 pawns and should probably win the game. Yeah, pretty big turnaround by Dinara Wagner here. By the way, how often did Wesley actually play in the candidates? What, like, if I think about it now, I can only remember once. In, when was it, 2017 or something? But he must have played in some others too, right? Yeah, so black should be winning this. Maria Muzichuk won her game already, so this is how it concluded. Laura sacrificed the queen, even knight f8 check, not picking it up immediately. King has to go to g8, and now taking with the knight. Black only has 2 pieces for the queen, which is not enough. And here, Laura threw in the towel because Black's king is also going to be in a lot of trouble. But Delka's still winning. But are there any chances for Black yet? Queen takes e7. That's a nice idea. So here, the point is if Black takes back, then there's rook h8 check, king f7, and now, well, first of all, you might be able to take here, but this is an even bigger threat. And then White can take on g6. Yeah, in 2018, yeah, that's right. Did he also play in 2020? This is the thing I was unsure about. Because 2018, I still remember that he played there. Wow, Black had actually a win here. So king g3 was the wrong square for White's king. How's this winning? Quick exercise for all of you. He came second in 2018. Wow, also don't remember that. So what is the point here? If bishop e7, it still doesn't work. Yeah, this is being played in the game. Still, actually, the game goes on here because this b pawn is now running. So I wonder what else should White have done here? Just bishop f2 maybe, yeah? Seems like this is the move. But I still haven't figured out what Black is supposed to do. Knight e2, does that do anything? Just king g4, yeah? Not effective. This also, I thought, doesn't do anything. Or it does. Bishop e7? Not bishop e7. Ah, is it rook g2? Wow, that's nice. Knight takes e4, f takes e4, rook g2 check. And if king g2, then Black can take with the queen. King has to move somewhere, and then Black can finally take on e7 because knight takes e5 is not possible anymore. Yeah, queen takes h5 doesn't do anything. Because I was thinking about that too, because then White can just move the queen somewhere, for example, queen d8 with check, and then White can take on h5 on the next move. So Batelka did in fact win here. How did this happen so quickly? e5, pushing her pawns to d6. And why did the game conclude here? Did Black just resign? His computer is not giving up just yet in this position. I don't know why, but yeah, if you do this, d7, can Black still fight here? I don't know if a move like knight e4 does anything. That's the best. King g2. Guess rook e2 has to be played. King f1 and... oh my god. What's happening here? This seems to be the best line. But now b2, yeah? Rook b8? Is that the idea? Computer says +1, but I don't see what is the... Is that it, yeah? I can assume that something like this, yeah? Yeah. Pretty crazy end to the game. But it looks like Eileen resigned here. So there was still a chance to fight on here, but very difficult to see all of that. So let's focus on the last game. Now Anna has some drawing chances. Still not sure if this is going to be so easy because Black is a pawn up. But objectively, it should be a draw now. How did this go wrong for Dinara? So she tried to trap the rook on a7, but probably maybe could have done that by going back with the king now. And if this, then this. And the rook is never coming out anymore. I guess she saw bishop b4 coming, and that's why I wanted to play rook b6. I think still it would be time probably to try and trap the rook somehow. This was played, and now the rook is running out of squares on the b file and has to let out white's king. So this is the current live position. Now that rook a5 is coming, now it's gonna be difficult to make any progress, because if black doesn't exchange the rooks, then white can take on a6. If black does exchange, then white can even go for something like this. Just put the king into this corner, and whenever black goes f2, just sacrifice the bishop. Black doesn't have the correct bishop here, so therefore it's a draw. How far can someone reach in chess on their own? That includes no coach, seconds, etc. Well, if it includes an engine and maybe some courses, I think you can, in the meantime, reach international title level, yeah, for sure. Like I've even spoken to some of my grandmaster colleagues, and some of them even said that they never had a coach and became grandmaster like that. I honestly always had a hard time believing that, because at some point almost every grandmaster had some lessons with someone, yeah, but yeah. At least they say so. But times have changed. Like back in the day, it was never possible to reach a good level without a coach, yeah. But nowadays, you simply have so much information that it's way easier. Yeah, so this game looks like it's gonna end in a draw. I mean, most certain it's going to end in a draw. I'm curious where Anna gave away her advantage. I mean, it was such a complicated position. Let me just cheat here for a second. So rook e1, better move. I've doubt that anyone would find that in a fast game. Rook f1 looks very natural. I mean, it does run into this trick, yeah. So maybe from that regard, you could find it. Because with rook e1, then this is not as effective anymore. Because then there is no knight d2, and white could anyway go for queen b4 here. And in this position, queen b4 was a blunder. Instead, white should give the rook like this. Knight takes f1 and then take on g7. And what after queen d2? You can just let black take here, and the bishop is dropping back to b2. And rook g8 is coming. Yeah, interesting. Many interesting games now in the first round. So let's go back to this view. So these are the results. Padelka won against Eline Rubers, which means that Padelka is now not on the last place anymore, which is surely going to make her happy. She's overtaken Eline now, I believe. And Wagner Dinara still on first place with 4.5 out of 6, followed by Anna Musicuk with 3.5 points. Padelka and Laura Onuk both on 2.5 points, and currently last place Eline Rubers with 2 points. So the next round, let's see, is in 17 minutes, and the boards are not there yet. So we're gonna see in a second what the pairings are gonna be like. Hopefully. Many don't know that Fischer had training partners in the Marshall Chess Cup. He played with many IMGMs there during his youth. Well, to be precise, I think during his youth he could not play with IMs and GMs, because I think during his youth there weren't even those international titles anymore. If some of you guys know that, when was it exactly introduced the FIDE titles. Was it like in 55 or something? Is that possible? Well, to be fair, that probably was his youth. Well, the most famous person that worked with Fischer, the most well-known, is Lombardi, I assume, who was his coach also during the World Championship match. Felix, how did you sponsor, I guess, your chess journey before you started to do it on your own? Is that the question? How did you sponsor it, or how did you start it? How much in-depth of endgames do grandmasters know in average? Not theoretical endgames, you mean? I mean, it's hard to put a number onto that. Like, how many theoretical endgames are there? Probably quite a few, yeah. But I mean, I guess that every grandmaster knows the most important ones pretty well. But I see exceptions pretty often, yeah. Like you see Rook Bishop against Rook being often lost on the highest level in the world, or people struggling with that, because you don't always repeat them too often. Because if you're like, okay, I will manage to do so and it's gonna be easy, yeah. But I think that every grandmaster, for example, is going to manage to checkmate with knight and bishop, yeah. I think that's gonna be doable. Even I had to do that last year. Or 2 years ago. I had to checkmate with knight and bishop against Grandmaster Zilka from the Czech Republic. That was a question. Chess is an expensive sport, so how did you manage your funds before you started to on your own? Well, I was always quite fortunate with the Austrian Chess Federation that once they saw that I had some good results, they took me into the youth team when I was like 10 or 11 years old. And the Austrian Chess Federation has employed a youth coach, also men's coach and women's coach, but the youth coach was always there for the young players. They back then it was Siegfried Baumegger, international master from Austria, who always went to us with tournaments. We had lessons with him. We could do lessons with him basically on a weekly basis. The Austrian Chess Federation also paid for quite a few tournaments. So I was quite lucky with the Austrian Chess Federation. They helped me out quite a lot. Of course, I should also mention like my parents and my family. I don't think anyone who plays, or not many people who play sports like professionally can do everything on their own. Like at some point, some people are gonna have to help you. Otherwise, doing everything by yourself, affording everything by yourself tends to be quite difficult. There are some people who manage to do that, and it's highly impressive. But I think that most people are lucky to have at least someone who stands by their side. Is it now financially or morally? But yeah, those were the things for me. Are you comfortable in queen versus queens with 1 or 2 pawns as a defender? Sometimes 2 pawns are drawn and 1 pawn can be lost. I honestly never really studied that as seriously as I probably should. I mean, I only know that if you're a defending side, you should look for perpetual check all the time, and if you're the attacking side, then you should try to avoid that. But don't know much more than that. Hey Peter, welcome to the stream. Who would be the one chess player, dead or alive, that you would love to play against? We have Bobby Fischer in the chat, so I would probably say him. I guess it's the most boring reply you can think of, because probably everyone is gonna say that. From the dead at the very least, yeah. Apart from that, I would love to play Magnus. I never had a single game against Magnus, not even in online chess. So I really should get back into Title Tuesday just to get a chance to play against him. Like, you never know how long these guys are gonna continue playing. I guess with Magnus he's still gonna play for quite some time, but still. By the way, we got the pairings for the next round, and now you can see it. We have another clash between the Musicuk sisters. Yesterday their encounter ended in a draw. Let's see if it's gonna repeat itself today. And we have Laura Onuk against Olga Padelka and Aline Rubers against Dinara Wagner. Abhimanyu Mishra's father said it costed him over $250,000 for Abhimanyu to become a grandmaster. Well, I think it depends on a lot of different factors. Like, if you're living in the US, and I think it was the case for Mishra that he played a lot of tournaments in Europe, you have to take into account all of the travel expenses. That might make quite a big difference. And of course, also coaches. Like, this is the thing I've said earlier. The Austrian Chess Federation has always been quite helpful for the most talented players in the country when it comes to coaching support and tournament support and those things. If you're comfortable, can you talk about recent decisions from the FIDE regarding allowing the Russian team to play team events in chess? What's your view on this? I mean, the only thing I can say is I find it always quite quite sad that sports and politics are so infledged with each other, but I mean, that's simply how it is. Yeah. Like, it would be nice to have this perfect world where everything works smoothly and there are no disputes over anything, but that's simply not realistic. It's still my view, and maybe I'm gonna get bashed for that. But I mean, with some players, I find it quite sad for them, because I think that generally there are quite a few players for any certain federation. I'm not now only talking about Russia, but many players are getting punished simply because they play for a certain federation, even though they don't even have much to do with them or they don't support what they're doing. I'm talking in general now. It's not the only case now currently. I mean, there have been other cases too. So at the end of the day, the only people who are suffering from all of that are the players, who in most cases, not in all cases, but in most cases, don't really have anything to do with the political decisions. Have you ever played against top 10 ranked players online or offline? I played against Wesley, I think, in some Title Tuesday. I had one over the board blitz game against Hare Krishna, who was also a top 10 player at some point. Apart from that, I mean, I did play against Ivanchuk on 2 occasions. He's not a top 10 player anymore, but of course he was even number 1 at one point in the live rankings. Even have a +1 score against Ivanchuk. I managed to win 1 game and drew the other one, but to be fair, I won that 1 game on time. It was it was an equal end game, and he just overlooked the time, which is not the first time that it happened to Chucky. There are also recent tournaments where it did happen. For example, in the European Rapid Championship, where he was playing for first place in the last round and then lost on time in a much better end game. and therefore did not secure even, I think, a top 3 place. Yeah, I've also played Arjun. Back then he was like 2600, but now obviously he's a top 10 player. Can you change federation? Everyone, I think, can change federations, but I believe that you need the permission from both the federation you're leaving and the federation you're going to, obviously. But for me, it was never a question to leave federations, because I'm very grateful of the support that I've received from the Austrian Federation over the years, and I simply also have a certain national pride to be able to play for my country. It was never really a question for me. This will be interesting to see if the Russian players got stronger playing only against each other in the last few years. For example, Karyakin, yeah, we talked about it yesterday already, about Karyakin in specific, that people are wondering if he can ever come back. Yeah, like if this ban is gonna be stopped, is he gonna go back competing in international events, and how is he gonna do there? That's the main question. I also don't know about Karyakin specifically. Like, I would be curious to know if he was, over these years, if he was like working on chess regularly, seriously, or if he didn't. Yeah, in the World Rapid and Blitz, Chucky also lost against Danya, against Naroditsky. That's probably the most famous example. Yeah, Karyakin, of course, is now fully fledged into politics. Yeah, but still, I mean, I don't think it's impossible that he's not coming back. I don't know. We will see. Yeah, he did play some events in Moscow. That's true. Yeah, I didn't really. I mean, those events, they featured like a lot of draws. This is the only thing I saw that like there were so many quick draws there. I'm not 100% sure how his general score there was. Like, I don't remember him losing a lot of games. Like he was always extremely solid. Hello Arthur, welcome to the stream. So the next round is supposed to start in 3 minutes. We can all see the pairings in front of us here. Yeah, I did have a pretty rough flight to India from Vienna. My height is like yeah, that's right, Bobby Fischer, yeah, something like that. Who is gonna win? So currently the leader is still Dinara Wagner with a 1-point lead over Anna Muzichuk. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's possible for Karyakin too, like you said with Hikaru, but I do still think the main difference is like Hikaru is of course streaming a lot and playing chess, but at least he's doing something with chess. I'm not sure if Karyakin is doing that. And at least with Hikaru playing Blitz every day and analyzing the games a bit, he's still keeping himself sharp. So I think this is also one of the reasons why Hikaru is still doing pretty well overall. That he's just keeping his mind active and playing nonstop. And Hikaru is also working on chess, I think. Like, as much as he's saying that he's not a professional, well, that might be true. He's certainly not working as much as some of the other top players. He is definitely doing something for his own chess. Do you also play other games than chess? For example, Clash Royale. I don't play Clash Royale, but sometimes I play some games on my computer, like Fortnite. Welcome back, Nexus Knight, from a new account. Hope you're doing well. Is Kramnik the tallest grandmaster? I always thought that it's Injic, former European champion, Alexander Injic. Yeah, still, it is not shown on Leeches, unfortunately, that I'm streaming. If any of you guys have a trick to make it work, yesterday it did work out, but I have all of the settings just like yesterday, but still it doesn't seem to be working. Maybe I need to include the keyword. Oh, I have leeches.org in the title. Strange. Are you a fan of Rockstar games? Well, I mean, at some point I did play some GTA, but it was a long time ago already. Long time already. So the games are kicking off. I'm just trying to, maybe if I can, fix things so that it's under the category chess. And then maybe it's gonna be shown on Leeches. Category, is there even a category with chess? Doesn't seem like there is. Yeah, no idea. No idea how I can change it. Yeah, so we have one d4 Berlin in the Musichuk encounter, which already appears to make things a little more drawish. No, Injic is, I think that Injic is the tallest, yeah. I'm pretty certain. Yeah, Global Chess League is also currently ongoing. So thank you to all of you who are in the stream that you prefer to watch me commentate rather than the Global Chess League. It's a pretty big honor. No, Injic should be the tallest, yeah. All right, so let's change the view. And whoops, get into this game, because I've actually looked at this line in the Austrian league while I was preparing for white, and this is how it comes. So this classical Queen's Gambit, c5, and c6 d5, c6 d4. which is a more recent development. The classical line, of course, is knight takes d5 or e takes d5, transposing to some IQP positions mostly, or the semi-Tarrasch, which goes like this, which is another possible variation. But this line has gotten popular, I think, only a couple of years ago, because computers were just saying that it simply works. From a purely human standpoint, it does look a bit strange because white has kind of a lead in development, also has this idea with e4 immediately, and black needs to go into this endgame with the king being on d8. I guess that's also one reason why it has like a why people call it the Berlin of d4, because also in the Berlin endgame the king, black's king, goes to d8 after exchanges on d8. Bishop e6 is the best move for black, also kind of the only move. Knight e6, f e6, bishop g5, we're following the main line. And now h6, which is a bit of a rare move. I think that black is mostly going knight c6 here. And then let me think, I think the main line continues like this. King e8, bishop c4, bishop c4, knight e5 is there. And I think this is another possible variation. At f5, yeah, something along those lines. Black generally is fine here. h6 was in fact played by Vincent Keimer from the black side, and he won a nice game in the European Team Chess Championship 2023 against Heik Materosian. Immediately getting this dark squared bishop. White has a lead in development, but black is generating quite a lot of play on this diagonal. And Maria went for king b1. I think that knight g3 is supposed to be the move, hinting for the h5 square. And I believe that Vincent's game went something like this, and Materosian went h4, which in fact is a little bit slow because black is coming out with some f5 immediately. The h5 pawn is weak, but Vincent got a lot of play in the center and just gave the pawn here. So I think what I checked was to include this first. And now you don't have bishop c4, I think, because of rook c8. I think now to go for this. And then king b1, bishop c4. Yeah, I mean, the endgame might look a bit comfortable generally for white, but it's also not that much. And like here, what happened in the game, I guess black is in time to just go for f5. Unless she doesn't want to allow knight c5. Then you could maybe think about, I don't know if this is an idea. Looks a bit slow. What is my least favorite opening? Probably something sharp and forcing. Not sure which one. Yeah, so that's about this game. Knight c6 was played. But now, maybe knight c5. Rook d7, knight b7. And black probably has to sacrifice the pawn here. Not taking immediately, but I don't know, something like bishop c4 maybe. Now it's starting to look pleasant for white. Yeah, not sure what else black could have gone for. Maybe knight d7 is possible. Still bishop e5. Yeah, I'm not sure what is the best here for black. f5, knight c5. That appears to be the best. And if white takes the pawn, then what is black doing? Playing for rook b8 on the next move. Okay, now it looks a bit pleasant for white, but still black should not be in too much trouble. What is happening in Laura Unuk's game? Since I saw a question about the London system, we do have another London system, which Laura is opting for in every single game in this event. And Blohberger went for d6. So what is my take against of the London system? What is bothering me quite a bit in the London is that back in the day, like when I started out with it in 2016 or something, it was a completely undiscovered opening and you could play it basically without any theory. But in the meantime, it is a highly theoretical opening, and there are so many lines which black can play. Some of them tend to get very sharp. So this is what is frustrating me a little bit. Alireza won against MVL. And Alireza is on 5 out of 5. Wow, in the Global Chess League. We'll stick to this event though. And not go over to the GCL. We will just stick to this event. So d6 was played by Blohberger, which is another possible variation. And now bishop e2 and e5. Bishop e2, maybe she wanted to avoid this, yeah? It might be an idea. So d6 here, interesting. After bishop e2, e5 is possible immediately. Now c6. c3. Not sure that I like this move so much because, I mean, this looks a bit more natural to me. Maybe still there are knight h5 ideas though. So maybe that's why she wanted to wait. Could go for something like this, but it also looks a bit strange. Sometimes there are even ideas like this. Queen h4 can be quite unpleasant. It's f2 pawn. Difficult to protect. g3 is also an ugly move. So c3, but now knight e4, also winning the bishop pair. Bishop e7, I guess d5 would also be possible immediately. Queen c2, h6. I would generally prefer to go g6 in this position, just to cut off the queen and put the pawns onto light squares, just to restrict the bishop on g6 too. Okay, there's nothing wrong with h6 either, of course. And this is the current live position. Still, black seems to be quite comfortable with the bishop pair. I don't know what white should do here. An idea I would be thinking about with white here is this move, trying to regroup the knight to the f5 square. Hikaru's Austrian defense, d4, d5, c4, c5. Yeah, it's a good line actually. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I first saw this like many years ago, and back then it was always seen as a dubious opening. But in the meantime, this is where chess is heading, that simply with good preparation you can almost play anything. Because if you do go deep in many of the lines, you can just make it work. Because with strong computers, an advantage like 0.50, if it's forcing, it mostly goes to zeros in the very end, or to a defendable endgame. Yeah, I think in this position, black should be comfortable. The dark squared bishop does have some long-term potential. Not sure where black's king is going though. I would certainly not go here. But it would be nice to start an attack here too. Probably black should play it conservatively and go bishop e6, long castle, and just play a bit slowly. Because castling kingside does seem risky. Could run into some g5 at the right moment. Yeah, so what about Eline's game against Dinara Wagner? Started off with a Najdorf, I think. Yes, Najdorf and bishop e3. Dinara went for e5, knight to f3. The other option, of course, being knight b3, often transposing to an English attack if white goes f3 next. Bishop e7, and now knight d2. I think this is quite a forcing line, because black now needs to needs to play b5. Otherwise, if black plays like this, then knight c4 is quite unpleasant and knight b6 is coming. So b5, but now a4. This is still sort of theory. b4, knight d5. Black needs to take, otherwise b4 is hanging. Also bishop e6 is a threat. e5 castle, knight c4. Still, I think both players are following the theory here. But now bishop b7, I'm not sure is the move. I think black is typically just playing with f5 right away. Will you stream the Water Raptor and Blitz? I honestly don't think so, because there is certainly going to be a high quality stream from the FIDE team. And I don't really think that I can compete with them when it comes to that. Maybe I'll do some coverage with Leeches together, but we still have to discuss the details there. So Dina played bishop b7. And the problem with the bishop on b7 is that later on, white often plays rook a4 to go after this pawn, and then you would often actually like to have rook b8. Sometimes even in those lines, you just sacrifice this pawn on b4. I'm not sure how it goes. I think king h8 is a possible move here, and let's just say something like this. Sometimes you just give the pawn on b4, and then the bishop on b7 could be hanging. Like black often just plays for something like this, play for the dark squares, or tries to break through with f4, knight f6, e4. That's another typical idea. Yeah, FIDE never organizes a German commentary. Yeah, that's true. But then again, we have the difficulty, like I probably want to a German commentary on my channel. Not sure where I would do it. Yeah, I did have some German commentaries, but for other channels. Yeah, best opening novelties from the World Championship match, from the World Rapid and Blitz. That was one of the ideas which I've had. I am not sure when I'm gonna manage to do that, because it's gonna take up a lot of work to do that, going through all of the games. But yeah, we will see. Definitely want to make a video like that, because I think it would be quite valuable to you guys, if you agree with that. Yeah, so back to Eline's game. So a5, fixing the weakness on b4, that's the main idea. So that, as I said, rook a4 could come, maybe queen d2 to put pressure on b4. Bishop e7, not the right plan, I believe. Bishop e2, f5, f3, bishop g5, bishop f2. I think it's nice to keep those bishops on the board. Like if you would take, then the dark squares generally could become a bit weak. Maybe also here white has a promising position, because d6 is hanging and b4 can be attacked. But generally I like the decision to keep the bishops on the board. Knight f6, knight b6, rook b8, and now rook a4. e4, short castle. Black does have some play here, but maybe not fast enough, because the king side is still fairly well protected and closed, and it's not so easy for black to break through here. Yeah, World Rapid and Blitz is like 4,000 games. Yeah, that's a lot of work. Yeah, I mean, it was already like the FIDE World Cup opening idea video. It took me like, I think 2 full days to do that, because I just had to go through all of the games and really try to look for the best ideas, and then also analyze them, present them. Took a lot of work and time, but I'm really glad that you guys always enjoy those videos. Yeah, so white has a clear advantage here, because the b4 pawn is probably dropping quickly, and black is not really so fast on the king side. Also, look at the time difference. Aline is has more time than she did at the start, and Dinara down to 3 minutes. Thank you, Jacob. I really appreciate that. That's the reason I do those videos, because of comments like this. I love to see that that people find my content ideas original, and most importantly that they can learn from it. So really glad to hear that. Yeah, how does white win this? Mobilize the pawns in the center at some point. Yeah, like I don't know where the rook should go. Maybe rook d4 and then c4, b4, c5. I would say. I'm not so certain that you want to go b4. Yeah, maybe also that. But I think it's a better idea to go b4, c4, c5, because then you can immediately push c6 too. I think that's probably the best plan. Yeah, let's go back to this view to see what's going on. Blohberger opened up the position for her two bishops, which seems like a good development for black. Typically, bishops love open positions. The bishop g5, you mean in Wagner's game? Yeah, it's not the best piece so far, and black would probably love to exchange it for white's bishop on e1, but that's probably not happening too quickly. Thank you, Mohammed. Appreciate your comment. It's very nice to hear. You mean queen e3 in Batelka's game? Yeah, let's head to this one. Queen e3 is quite difficult to stop. Yeah, you're right. Actually, how did this get here? So last time we saw the position was here. White goes f4, which the computer actually likes. I'm not sure I would have played it because it does create a weakness on e3. But if you follow it up, now you should probably go for g5. That would be my impression. Just to try and create a weakness on h6. It's also not so clear if it's actually a big deal for black, because you can also try to go after this pawn. But white can probably protect it with bishop f3. So I would have preferred g5. She goes for g3 to prepare e4. But now the bishop on e7 is opening up, and the dark squares are quite weak. Knight d2 was played, but I guess queen e3 can still come. I believe that's the case. Looks very promising for black. What about the Musichuk game? Yeah, that's certainly gonna end in a draw now. So rook d8, bishop c4. Rook d1, rook d1, rook d8. Rook e1. So if white takes on d8, then the knight is protecting everything. Black cannot be worse. K1, e5. White made all the good moves here. Apparently this is the mistake. Maybe white can try to play on like this, but black is very solid. Knight e4 is also coming. Not sure how white can keep up the pressure here. Maybe here just to make some move, like I don't know, like this. No? What is the best here for white? Let me check. So knight e4 is fine, rook e8. Ah, he wants to go bishop d5 here. It's very difficult. What is even the point? Like if black goes for a move like this, what is the idea? Now knight d4. Okay, that's insane. Now bishop f3. I don't get it at all. And if black makes a move like this, so the idea is just to have this bishop takes c6 as an option ready. For example, here. Now you get to ruin the structure, and the knight on f5 is a beast. Yeah, in this endgame, it should be a fairly simple draw. When you watch the games, you can see the stream. Like I cannot see it still. Yeah, I don't know why that is. Now I can see it. Now I can see it. Well, that's already fantastic news. Yeah, that's great. If anyone had to do anything with that, thanks a lot for the help. If not, then it must have been like a server delay. All right, Nexus Knight. Have a good time studying. Aditya, which opening this was? This was actually a London. If you see Laura Onuk playing with the white pieces in this tournament, you can always assume it's a London. It seems like she's worked this out as a rapid and blitz weapon. Which is a fair point. When I played the World Rapid and Blitz in Warsaw in 2021, I also had the same approach. There, I always went for the London with white, which gave me quite a few good results against top players. So this is how it came with d6 on the second move. And Badelka actually played an interesting system like this. d6, knight d7. Because white's problem is that if knight f3 comes, then black can always get the bishop pair with knight h5. That's also why Laura played bishop e2. But now black also got the bishop pair with knight to e4. So that's the current live position. And looks very, very good for black. I don't know if you probably don't want to start grabbing pawns yet, not to drop the a7 pawn, but there should be quite a few attractive possibilities. First of all, what happens even after rook takes d2? Isn't that a win on the spot? 2 bishops for a rook should be a pretty good trade. Yeah, Jacob, I was also thinking the same. Yeah, rook d2. Rook d2, rook d2, queen f3. I would be surprised if Badelka doesn't go for that. Your analysis is always so interesting to watch, just the right level for everyone. Thank you, I appreciate that. I often get the feedback that it's a bit too advanced for some people, but that's also sort of my point. Like a lot of the content out there is for people who are starting out, but there's not so much for people who are already on a pretty good level and are trying to improve even further. Yeah, rook takes d2 has been played. So I tried to keep it a bit of a like a mix, so that mostly players who are already on a good level and are trying to improve even further, it's mostly for them. But I also try to make it interesting for people who are more on the amateur level or more starting out. Yeah, you're right, Nexus Knight. Yeah, it's not specifically for beginners, but I try to point out some more simple tactics like rook takes d2 as well, just to make it interesting for more people. So it is the Licha server who's been having issues. I mean, I thought that might be the case because it didn't show that I'm streaming the event, which typically works pretty well. But yeah. Bishop c5 on the board, and I think this is not going to end well for white. In the meantime, the Musichuk game, I will be ready to bet my house onto that this is going to end in a draw. Not that I even own a house, but you get my point. Opposite color bishops and equal pawns is often a pretty good indicator that the game is heading towards a draw. Jacob 2382. Wow, we've got some really strong players in the chat. 2200 FIDA. Oof. Strong guys. So last time we saw this position was, I think, around here. Eileen actually did go for my plan to go rook d4 and then facilitate the pawn push on the queen side with c4, b4, c5. Dinara went for the exchange of knights, and Eileen starts pushing the pawns. Bishop f6, rook to e4, and bishop to c8. The current live position, c5 on the board. Still a pawn up for white, and the pawns are running down the board. And the pawn on e3, of course, looks nice, but it's blockaded by the bishop on e2, which means it's not going anywhere. And the only other active plan which I can see for black is to try and open up the g-file, but first of all, it's going to take a lot of time. And even if you get all of that, white is still sort of safe there, I think. Yeah, Nico, the Musachuk sisters have only made draws. And in this event, I mean, I don't remember seeing many games between them that ended in decisive results. Yeah, the chat is really strong, huh? 2382 is the highest rated player who was commenting so far. Yeah, Eileen is having a great comeback. Yesterday she ended the day with two wins, but today she started out with loss against Oya Badelka. But now it looks like she might be coming back against the tournament leader, Dinara Wagner, if she's able to convert her position now. Just gotta watch out for some tricks on the second rank. Not to move the bishop, that would be mate on g2. And maybe black can try to get this bishop on this diagonal somehow to contest the bishop on e2, but even the pawn on a6 is a bit in the way there. Like, otherwise bishop a6 could be a threat. No, beating Dinara is not an easy task. I think if anyone can do it, it's probably Eileen, because she has a very dynamic style and can win against almost everyone on a good day. Yeah, in that regard, the tournament is really interesting because the players are all on a very, very similar strength, and like in every single encounter, basically anything can happen. So I think Badelka is gonna win her game. I'd be quite surprised if that's not the case. Laura starting sort of a desperation attack, which is probably the only thing you can try at this point. Just try to mix things up a little bit and ask black some questions, but I don't think white's attack is going anywhere. Also, white's king could suffer from this pawn push. Hey Sasha, I'm doing well. Hope you're also having a good day. It's nice to see you in the stream. So now currently we have the second round of today. It is round number 7. And after that, still 3 more rounds are going to be played. Bishop f5, b takes c6. Allowing that, I wasn't sure if black needs to do that. I was looking at just taking here and playing it a bit more solid. Like you could even try to go for some exchange of queens here. This is what I would be going for. Just try to simplify, and here with 2 bishops, an extra pawn against the rook, it should be a very, very basic win for black. But Blohberger went for bishop f5, a more concrete way. Laura took on c6 and now sacrificed the exchange. Now you gotta be a bit careful about some possible attacking ideas or perpetuals, but it should not still work because the d7 square is still covered, and if rook takes d3, maybe you can even go for further simplifications. Rook d8, take, but you probably don't want to allow some checks now. I don't believe that white has a perpetual check here, but it's probably not necessary to go for that. Felix, going to the gym these days? I was yesterday. I try to go 3 times per week, typically Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And just try to do some walking on the other days. Yeah, bishop f5, well, in practical, maybe to a certain extent. Yeah, like again, this is what I mentioned earlier. Seems like a very clean solution where you don't have to think so much. But also the way Blohberger played in the game, there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. Queen e6 is a good move. Rook d7 is not going anywhere just yet, just king c8, and now the c6 square is covered. And now it's also a very, very basic win. So nothing wrong with Blohberger's technique. Yeah, Nico, you're right. Yeah, like in this line, which we've seen earlier, you could also just trade the rooks and try to run with the king to the king side. But I think the way she chose with queen e6 is even cleaner. Queen d1, rook c8. Not needing to worry about any perpetuals. Okay, king b2 played, but I think this is going to be fairly simple conversion for black, just being a piece up. What about Eline's game being up an exchange now? What happened here? So we saw the position after rook b2, rook b4 was played, and rook takes e2, giving the exchange to at least win the pawn on d5, but at the same time the pawn on f4 is dropping. Bishop d7 played, intending bishop b5, but white picks up another pawn and keeps the exchange. Yeah, nicely played by Lin, and now being up an exchange and 2 pawns also should mean a fairly simple victory for white. Mozichuk still playing, but yeah, now especially with rooks exchanged, even though black has given up a pawn, should be a fairly simple draw. Let's see how that happened. Black took h4, bishop c8, and even king d5. I guess you can also keep the pawn like this, but maybe she didn't like the fact that white can try to activate the king. Yeah, but white's pawns are blockaded on the queen side, so white's extra pawn is not going anywhere. What do I think about the standings? So before the round, Dinara Wagner was leading, but now with Rubers winning against her, the whole field is coming back together a little bit more. And Dinara's lead is probably only going to be half a point, assuming that Anna Mozichuk is going to draw her game. Yeah, that game should end in a draw. Elaine Rubers won. Here black resigns. And I don't think that Laura has any chances of survival in this game. Today it is still rapid, so yesterday and today is rapid, and tomorrow is blitz. 15 plus 10 is the time control. Do you think an 1800 loses this bishop endgame as black against Magnus? I assume you're referring to the Musichuk encounter. I don't think so, honestly. Like if it's blitz, okay, without increment, of course, it's another question. Without increment, it's surely possible. But otherwise, I don't really see a way. Black can just wait with the bishop. And that's it. Yeah, this is Padelka's position. Queen c4. Putting a net onto White's king. Bishop c3 is a threat. Queen f3 check. Queen c6 back. Yeah, very clean. Okay, rook d5 now. You can take on c3, maybe even with the bishop. Should be checkmate fairly quickly. Yeah, she goes for the endgame, also nothing wrong with that. And soon it will be time to resign. Yeah, Laura Onuk threw in the towel and Padelka wins the game. So the only remaining encounter is between the Musichuks, which I think is also going to end in a draw now with a repetition of moves. So, what is going on here? Why is this not working as well as I would like to? Yeah, so all the games are finished, and that means that who is in the lead now? Let me tell you about that. Dinara is still leading with 4.5 points, being followed by Anna Musichuk with 4 points. And then Maria Musichuk and Padelka both on 3.5 points, Elaine Rubers 3 points, and now Laura Onuk with 2.5 points, who lost her last 3 games. Before that, she was doing really well, but now she lost her last 3 games and is currently on the last place. Yeah, nice game by Padelka. I agree. I really like the opening choice by her to challenge the London pretty quickly. That was a nice game. Yeah, so I think it is time for my first break now. The next round is supposed to start in 30 minutes. Maybe they're taking a small break now. Yeah, the boards are not published just yet, so that means I'll be going... Oops. That means I'll be going on to my first break now. And I'll be back briefly before the next round. Yeah. So thank you guys for watching so far, and I'll be back for the 8th round of the tournament in just a bit. So see you soon. And welcome back, guys, to the coverage of the Freedom Ladies Cup 2025. The next round has just started. I'm back from my lunch break and still 3 more rounds to be played. Games have already kicked off, but we're still in the early stage. So as we see, Anna Muzichuk is playing against Aline Rubers. Dinara Wagner, who has just lost her game against Aline Rubers, is playing against Laura Onuk. And Olga Podelka is playing against former world champion Maria Muzichuk. Yes, I'm back, and you guys are still here. That's amazing. You had lunch, so it was actually my breakfast, to be clear. Didn't eat breakfast earlier, so it was necessary. Hello, Zane. Welcome back to the stream. All right, is there any game in particular you guys would like to see? I see that Dinara Wagner is playing exactly the line which I've also played in the World Cup against Yuan Yi. Bishop f4 in the Queen's Indian. Podelka going for one of those pretty modern lines in the collar with d takes c5. If there's any game in particular you guys would like to see, don't hesitate to throw out a suggestion. Otherwise, I would actually be going to Wagner Dinara's game, because this is one of the lines I might have some stuff to say about. Okay, so let's go there. All right. Why is this messed up? The board view. Huh. Ah, this is it. That is it. Isn't Muzichuk's game just equal? Anna Muzichuk. Which one was that? It was, yeah, equal but playable. And white does have some potential against the isolated queen's pawn. I just wanted to go to this game quickly. So it again came with this line. Laura is sticking to her lines. I think in almost every game she did have this e6, b6 with black. Dinara goes a3, knight c3. I think this is also what Laura just had in her previous encounter against Maria Muzichuk. Also d5 here. Bishop f4, which is the move I've also played against Yuan Yi. Laura took on c4, which I think is probably one of the best moves. Yuan Yi against me played bishop e7, which was actually imprecise, because now I should take on d5. And typically black would like to recapture with the queen, but here he's dropping the pawn on c7. So now black would need to recapture with the pawn, but now white gets some nice play against the potential hanging pawns after black goes c5. Bishop d3, short castle is coming. Even here, white does have some ideas pretty often with h4, preparing a sacrifice on h7 followed by knight g5. Yeah, but Laura reacted pretty well. dc4 is supposed to be the best move, I think. e3, and now bishop d6. And I think here I was intending to go for bishop g3 though. I think that was maybe what I looked at, or was it after knight d5? I'm not sure. I was going for some structures like this pretty often when I checked it with white. Maybe it was here, huh? After bishop d6, bishop g3 was what I looked at. But she goes for this, and now black does have this better pawn structure. White does still have the outpost on e5 for the knight. But the d4 pawn could be a bit of a target, and maybe black can play for something like this. Knight e7, knight f5, and then put pressure on d4. Seems like a pretty decent outcome out of the opening for black. Yeah, what about Badelka's game? You guys were saying that this interests you. So this came through the so-called collar, but after c5, typically as a collar player would probably go for c3, but now d takes c5. Basically a Vienna variation with reversed colors, just that white typically has the knight on c3, or if black would have the knight here and it's black to move, then it's a normal queen's gambit with d takes c5. But black goes e6, b4, trying to hang on to the pawn, otherwise white doesn't have anything if black can just recapture. So b4, a5, c3. And black typically challenges white's pawns like this. Otherwise white would be in time to consolidate like this, and then white is just a pawn up. But b6 wins back the pawn basically by force, because if you take on b6, then black can take bishop takes b4 with check, and then take on b6 on the next move. But white's whole idea is now to go for bishop b5. No, bishop d7 is forced. You cannot block the check with the knight, because now c6 is coming, winning a piece. Because if the knight goes away, then white is actually winning the queen. Discover check. So this is forced. Knight takes c7, still c6. It's important to note that it runs into bishop takes b4 check. So that's why you shouldn't go for that. Yeah, it's a reversed notaboom basically. If some of you guys are familiar with the notaboom, it's a very similar structure as we can see here. And now white goes a4 with the idea to have those connected pass pawns. And basically in this type of position, white is always trying to advance them at some point later on, like this. And black is trying to play for the blockade, and also black has a lead in development. So quite often we see ideas like in the game with g5, which was also played by Maria Mozichuk. I think people are also playing it, I don't know if they play it here, but the ideas are there pretty often. Here I guess white can just take. So queen b8 is one way to prepare it, and if white takes now, then black can capture the pawn on h2. Yeah, it's a pretty interesting line. The notaboom, for you guys to understand, is this variation. And d takes e4 when it goes on like this, typically. Not e4, but e3. b5, a4, bishop b4, take here. Or maybe bishop d2 first, actually. This is, I think, the most common move order. Now black needs to take the knight, otherwise white can take on b5. And this is exactly the position which can then appear out of the notaboom. So exactly the same structure. Here, bishop b7 you need to start with, yeah, of course. So that b4 is working, and bishop takes b4 now doesn't work because the rook on a8 is protected. So this is the structure that can come out here. I actually had a game here with white against Eric Icy a couple of years ago. He completely crushed me here. So notaboom is interesting. Anyway, that's the position now. G3 is a bit weakening on the light squares, but you also don't necessarily want to go for H3. I think that would be much worse, because then Rook G8 is coming, followed by H5, G4, and H3 is only creating a hook for black to make use of. I don't know if white can take here and just go for this, but it also looks optically sort of pleasant for black, because the king is also a bit weak. Just imagine a queen coming to H4, for example, this black queen. Yeah, I'm not sure if white can maybe mix up the move orders a bit if they start with bishop b2. Maybe that's another option, waiting with short castle just yet. Is Yuan Yi your highest win? Well, I didn't win against him in Classical. I only won against him in Rapid. In over-the-board chess, it might be. Probably it is, yeah. In over-the-board chess, I believe so. So g3 and rook g8 has been played. I was thinking that black should probably go for g4 here. And you might actually need the rook on h8. Like I was looking at knight d2 and then maybe h5, h4. And this rook on h8 is actually doing a pretty good job. Ah, Brian, you're there. You're there at the playing venue. Tell me about it. How is it there? I wasn't aware that you can go there to just watch. I hope it didn't disturb the players too much. What's your highest win online? Oof, I have no idea, guys. I mean, like, of course, in Bullet, you can beat anyone. I once managed to win against Nihal in Bullet, for example, but yeah, not the achievements I'm most proud of in my career. That's for sure. So anyway, I think that black should have gone for g4 here. Maybe white can try to place the knight on h4. That was probably her idea, which stops h5, h5, h4 for the very moment. Still, I guess bishop e5, and then maybe black can even try to think about something like this. After rook g8, now it's not so clear what black is playing for here, because as I said, I think you might want this rook on the h file. And very often white has ideas to counter with e4. I wonder if this would have been possible. It seems like it. That this would have been pretty strong. And if d takes e4, then maybe something like knight c4. That's a very common idea. Kind of a positional pawn sacrifice, because now black doesn't have his connected passed pawns anymore. And with the knight on c4, our pawns are gonna mobilize more quickly. There was nobody else there. Okay, interesting. By the way, if you're already there, Brian, you can also check out the GM tournament. This is being played in the first floor of the House of Sports, and it starts in 30 minutes. It starts at 3 p.m. if you are curious and would like to wait. I think it's possible to watch that too. Yeah, here, objectively speaking, it's even winning, because now d6 is hanging, and if the bishop retreats, I don't know, but maybe white can even just slowly retreat the knight somewhere. Is there anything better? Maybe just this, and then slowly try and go after the e4 pawn again. That's a very typical motive here, and it would have been strong. She tries to prepare it with queen e2. And still, if black is not careful now, then e4 is going to be coming with a pretty nasty effect. So black needs to think how to counter that. Ah, I see, Brian. You need to get home. Yeah, sure. I mean, tomorrow they're also playing at 3 p.m. I think on Saturday the GM tournament has a double round. So it's at 10 and 4 p.m., I believe. It's funny that those two tournaments are basically played at the same location. Like at the same address, not at the same floor, but quite nearby. Pretty cool. Yeah, maybe we can have a look at some of the other games to see how it develops. We've checked in on that game earlier. 97 was played, rook c1, and now a6. And my idea was something like this earlier. Maybe also possible. I guess she just wants to cover the b5 square. But I'm not sure why, because I don't think knight b5 is such a big threat. Also, you can think about taking... maybe it's her idea to prepare taking on f3. That must be her idea. Because if you do so immediately, then white has ideas with knight b5. I guess even rook d1 is stronger, and, and black cannot even avoid this discovery, because the queen doesn't have any squares apart from the d file. So this is losing. Yeah, that was an interesting opening choice, Nico. Actually, I would avoid this line with black, probably. I was never so confident to enter this. I mean, if you do play it, you need to know it pretty well, I think. Because it can go wrong quite quickly. Black, I would play for some e6, for example. a6 is also a very interesting sideline. It was played by Varmadam in this year's Tata Steel tournament. And now e4 is coming, yeah? Again, I assume with the same idea, if d takes e4, then knight c4 is coming, and then hitting the bishop, and on the next move, knight d2 back. This looks very promising for Badelka. All right, so let's have a look at the game between Musicuk, Anna, and Aline Rubers, which we haven't had a look at so far. A c3 Sicilian against the e6 Sicilian. So a delayed Alapin to some extent. Aline went for d5, which is one of two moves. Black can also go for knight f6. And then for those positions, that's also possible. After d5, ed5 is what most people do. And after queen takes d5, it can actually transpose to the normal Alapin. What white can also do here is to go for e5 if they are happy to play the French advanced, which could be a funny transposition like this. But black also has the extra option d4, not to allow white to stabilize the center. Any plans on the next milestone of my own YouTube channel? Well, it's certainly 10,000 subscribers. Where are we currently at? I think 9.3 thousand. So 700 more. I don't know what I need to do to break the 10K this year. Maybe make the best opening ideas of the feeder water up in a blitz. That might be a way to help with that. But I don't have a lot of stress with those things. When it comes, it comes. Yeah, anyway, this was what happened in the game. d4, knight f6, bishop e5 check. And black generally has a pretty okay version of an IQP here, but white does also have some chances to play for something. And the pawn on d5 immediately dropped. I guess black could try to defend it with bishop e6, but maybe Aline didn't like some ideas like queen a4, knight e5. But it should probably not be a big deal. Guess I can go rook c8 here. Just protect c6, and if queen a4, maybe queen b6. It's possible. Should you try to play with g6 setup against the collar? That's also possible. I guess you referred to the other game. But I'm not so sure here. Like after e3, g6, I think it might be a bit imprecise because now white can go c4. Like if white has already committed to c3, then it's different. But here, you actually don't want this line as a Grunfeld player because now white doesn't have the knight on c3 and can even lose a tempo like e4. And then black cannot take on c3. And those positions are typically a bit worse for black because white has a nice center and can develop slowly. I think the way black played at the beginning was alright, but what happened here now? So g4 was played, Badelka went for e5. Maybe it was better just to keep the status quo in the center with, for example, knight h4. Just waiting for black to capture or move the pawn when in both cases white is going to gain access to the c4 square, which is not going to be the case now after e5. G takes f3, knight takes f3. Still might be promising for white because it seems to me like black's king is a bit weaker than white's king. But for the moment, black still has a pretty compact pawn chain. Ah, so you mean in the early stage of the game? c5 and then knight bd7. I mean after d takes c5, knight bd7. Because now I guess I can still protect everything with b4. I don't think that works here. Yeah, black also has two passers, but it doesn't really matter much. Also, those pawns don't matter so much at the very moment because it's still a middle game. But I think now the main factor is, first of all, this bishop on b2 is quite strong. And black's king doesn't really have a safe haven anywhere. Yeah, but we were talking about this game earlier. I think that here maybe black should have just protected the d5 pawn, because what happened in the game does feel like black should have compensation with the bishop pair and white's exposed queen on d5. It's also not so easy to make use of. White played knight d2, rook d8, queen e4, bishop f5, and now queen f4. And where is black's compensation? Knight e4 is coming. Knight e4 is coming, and black has drawing chances, but I don't think much more than that. Seems like sort of a 2-result game for white now. Knight e7 played. Maybe still knight e4 is possible. Could also think about perhaps knight c4, trying to hit the bishop. Yeah. So let's check in again on Dinara's game against Laura Unok. So here a6 was played, covering the b5 square, rook to e1, and now knight f5, and knight e4. I assume that white doesn't want to give up the bishop like this. Computer says it's the best move, but it looks strange because this bishop on b7 is very powerful on the long diagonal. And furthermore, black also has nice control over the d5 square, so I don't think that's such a human decision. Dinara played knight e4, which seems more logical to me, just blocking the bishop on b7 for the moment. And knight takes d4 is not possible because of this, and knight takes d4. And here, the obvious trick, bishop takes h7, winning the queen. Yeah, so now rook c8, protecting c7. Still, what does white do? If queen e2, then black might be able to take on d4, because you don't have those tricks with bishop h7 anymore. And how else white can develop here? What are the other ways? Yeah, after giving out the bishop, you can try to go for f3. I mean, thinking about some stuff like this and then to go for f3. That's probably the reason why it's not all that bad. Computer says it's equal. But even a position like this, I wasn't so sure. Like, if you take queen d5, maybe you can just stay like this. Because, I mean, pawn on c7 is also a weakness. That's the thing. But your knight on e5 is not stable. Like, I can go f6, for example. No, I can't. What am I blundering? Ha! Rook c7. And if take, then rook takes e5. I missed that. Then the queen has to leave the d5 square, and then white can pick up b7 or even continue with rook e7 with a strong attack. But for example, if I go rook c8 first and then go f6, I'm not sure where this knight is heading to. Computer might hold it, but I'm just saying. First of all, it's difficult to make this decision to go into this with f3, and even after that, it's not entirely obvious why it should be okay for white. So she goes for knight e5 here. And now I start to wonder if there's any way for black to grab some pawns. What if I start with this? Well, maybe I don't even have to grab any pawns, but can certainly take here. Then maybe queen d5, centralizing the queen. Computer likes this the most. Also looks pleasant for black. Now where does this rook go? Now f3 would be really ugly, yeah. Computer even says f3 is the best move. Computer says f3 is the best move, but okay, now it's starting to look pretty bad. I mean, rook d8, there's still knight c6, but still. Doesn't look like how white wants to play here. So I'm curious how Laura is going to proceed. She does need to watch out for her clock a little bit because she's below 3 minutes now. And she goes for knight d5, which is another possible move. Hitting f4 and also now getting ready to take on d4. Like after g3, I can imagine that maybe black can take. Interesting idea. Going for the pawn immediately. What about Badelka's game? There have been some developments here. So this is the position we saw. She went knight e5, h4. And now she took on d7. Maybe putting the knight to c6 could be another more powerful possibility. Or even going rook e1, for example. Preparing some sacrifices. She took king d7, bishop e5, d4, and then took here. Now we got a very interesting heavy piece endgame. With, as far as I can see it, all three results being possible. Kukash won his first game against Fabi. He never won against Fabi before? It's a bit surprising. Yeah, what do you guys think about this position? It's certainly not the way, not the best way for white. Like if we've seen the position a couple of moves earlier, it was looking a bit more. It was looking a bit better here. By the way, knight takes d6 was imprecise. Curious what else black can do here. Is it an idea to play? No, this cannot be. Looks ridiculous. Maybe you can play d4. That's the best move, just to stop knight e5. Restrict the bishop on b2 and then getting ready to take on d6. That's actually quite instructive. Instead knight d6, knight e5, and now, as I said here, I guess knight c6 would be a bit more unpleasant for black, also restricting the queen on b7, and generally the knight is quite awkward for black to handle. Kukish beat Fabi in the Olympiad. You mean the one in Budapest last year? Don't recall. Yeah, anyway, that's the current live position. And yeah, I wouldn't feel so comfortable with white anymore because honestly, I'm not sure which king is safer here. Queen d2 is already the losing move. I guess she wants to prepare queen f4, but I mean, black can, for example, play queen f3 here. And that's also the best move in the position. And how do you stop h3? Now it's over. And not over yet, but a pretty sudden turn of events. It's already not so easy for white. What you can do? Maybe something like rook e1 here. Just preparing a check, but also here black seems quite okay, centralizing the queen, for example. Now everyone would take black, I think. I mean, after queen f3, I think black is more or less winning, as indicated by the evil bar. I guess the only move that doesn't lose on the spot is queen d1, because otherwise h3 is lights out. After queen d1, this endgame is just very bad, probably. Like, black has all of those pawns. Maybe I take first, take, and then something like this. And I will block all of them, like with rook a5, and then the pawns are coming. And the thing is that black's king is also helping with all of this, with this whole endeavor. Yeah, and queen f3 on the board. Bad news for the Austrian fans. Yeah, queen d1 is forced, but with queens off the board, it's going to be quite a painful time for Blohberger. You meant even a bit earlier? I'm not sure where you mean. I mean, because around here I wouldn't be enjoying black's position so much. If white goes for knight c6, I think now it's very unpleasant because the queen on b7 doesn't take part in the game. But around here it started to shift a bit. In hindsight, you might also be able to criticize bishop d6, but I'm not sure what else white could do, and the knight could also become a strong piece, yeah. So I don't criticize this decision. But of course, she just overlooked queen f3 here, yeah? Otherwise she wouldn't have gone for that. But yeah, I might take black, yeah. Yeah, as soon as all the minor pieces went off, yeah, in this position. Computer says around equal, but I think it's not so easy with white. Funny thing is the king on g1 is probably unsafer than black's king on d6. Even though black's king is further developed than any of black's other pieces. Quite funny. Yeah, so now that's the position, and the pawn on a4 is weak. And black is gonna start pushing the pawns. King f1, okay. King c5, yeah. I think this is gonna be over fairly easily. You would think the black king is weaker. I'm not so sure, like in the starting position, because even with queens on the board, yeah, like how does white get to the king? Since the D and the C file are closed, there's no way to get to that. But black on the other hand has both the G file and possibly the H file for her rooks. Gukesh did beat Fabi. I don't remember that game of the Olympiad. Don't remember that. Yeah, Laura Onok is now actually winning already. So after knight d5, g3 was played, knight takes d4 and knight g5, unfortunately not leading anywhere because black has knight f6 protecting h7 and the d4 knight at the same time. Bishop b1, h6 being up a pawn and now also a piece. Of course, gotta watch out for tricks here, but black does have some ways to defend. I guess knight e4. That's not the best, yeah. Here white certainly has compensation. And black can give back the piece somehow, like knight f5, for example. Knight f3 might be another possibility, like this. But in the end, a6 is hanging, so white should not be worse here anymore. How does black play here? Queen d5. Laura found it. Queen d5 is a nice move. Counter-attacking. Queen g2 or queen h1 is a checkmate threat. That was a nice spot. What do you guys mean in the Maria Mosichuk game? You mean somewhere around here? To push a5, yeah? Yeah, probably should go for a5 immediately. And then b6. And the thing is, I believe whenever black captures here, you should probably take back with the f pawn, keeping the h file closed and also opening up the f file for the rook. Ah, you're right, Nico. Yeah, now I remember it was the strange Catalan move order between Fabi and Gukash. Yeah, now I recall. Yeah, look at all those pawns from black. White's pawns are also fixed. Should just be a matter of technique now for black to push the pawns correctly. Should just be careful not to get blockaded. Like if d3 check, king c3, it might not be so easy to make progress. But at some point, black can even think about getting in from the h file. Yeah, what about Anna's game? So in this position, she did go for my suggestion, knight e4. With the idea of knight g3. And now white is actually a pawn up. Eileen, of course, trying to avoid the exchange of queens, but after h3, it doesn't really have a lot of squares to go to. Could go back all the way to c8, but also doesn't look so enterprising. Yeah, now it's an endgame with the pawn up for white. Bishop c2, rook d4, f6, and now knight d7. And all of a sudden, those two pieces are hanging. I mean, the knight on d5 is hanging, but whenever the knight leaves, then also the bishop on f4 is hanging. So this is what happened in the game. White is a pawn up, still some technique to be shown though. Do you know why Fabi played that way? I guess to surprise Gukash, because Gukash is very well prepared and he played a line which Gukash certainly didn't prepare. So from that regard, it worked out. I think Fabi also had an equal position there, if I remember correctly. Is there a nice idea with rook e7? I was just about to say, rook e7 is a good move. Taking control over the 7th rank, because you cannot take here comfortably since rook takes d8 is coming. And if rook e8, then also rook d7, picking up the b7 pawn most likely. One of the most frustrating things in chess is that when you are higher rated and in a must-win game, you have to win at all costs. Opponent is playing. Get frustrating, but this is what chess is. Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah, especially nowadays, it's very difficult to. It's more difficult than it used to be to win against lower-rated opponents, because everyone is simply becoming better, firstly, and also everyone is simply way better prepared nowadays. I think that's the main difference. What's the time control in this tournament? 15 plus 10, yeah? 15 minutes plus 10-second increment. Yeah, so that was a nice spot by Anna. Rook e7, bishop a4 was played. Now knight f5, g6. Apparently there was an even faster win than rook takes d7. What is it? Is this some nice tactical shot here? Ah, that's the point. That's a nice idea. Rook h7, I didn't see that. That's a cool tactic. So if the king takes, then it's checkmate in one move. g7 and g8 squares are covered. King has nowhere to go. And if rook takes h7, then rook takes d8, picks up the rook, and the king is also in a lot of trouble. You need to block the check somehow, but then it is going to be winning. Okay, also what was played in the game should be a technical win, but black can still fight. Who is my favorite chess commentator? Certainly Peter Lecco, Master Peter Lecco. Fantastic commentator. I loved the combo between Gustafsson and Svidler. That was also always very nice to watch. And Gustafsson and Lecco now is also nice. Loved watching the commentary at the Olympiad. Yeah, Laura should be winning, so this queen d5 shot, which she spotted, was nice. Threatening checkmate, and after f3 now, black is picking up a lot of pawns, 2 pawns up. Should be a technical win. White does get the f6 pawn though, yeah, that's one thing. Black is clearly better. But yeah, the centralized bishop on d5 also makes a pretty big difference. It's just so strong, and rook is coming in through the second rank. No, should be gone. g3 is also weak. Yeah, Jan Gustafsson is Gusti, yeah. Yeah, pity for Dinara, yeah. She was in the lead for so long, but now it looks like Anna Muzychuk might be taking over the lead. Unless Eileen manages to pull off a save here. Computer says it's equal now. Yeah, by the way, Badelka lost her game against Maria Muzychuk. Very unfortunate since she had a pretty promising position earlier on. Yeah, let's focus on this game for now between Anna Muzychuk and Eileen Rubers. So Black has drawing chances here. And even here, computer is screaming zeros. I wonder how. Can you go for the knight endgame? Is that it? I was thinking that might be an idea. Computer agrees. Knight f4 coming, and you have counterplay on those 2 pawns. Yeah, h4 was played also natural, fixing the weakness on g2. Bishop b3 and bishop c6. Maybe also getting ready to break through with g4. Yeah, Yasser is also nice when it comes to commentary. And Svidler, of course. Debate about chess 960, yeah. Yeah, so now she realizes that the knight endgames could actually be tricky for white to generate anything if the knight gets to f4. Bishop d5 played. I was wondering, can play for some g4, but here I guess g4 could run into king f4 still. Also might be possible, but yeah. Goes for bishop d5 instead. And now this is the position. And Anna again taking over, hitting the a7 and the b6 pawn. Now again it is a draw. Difficult. Should the king have run inside? It looks like it, but you don't want to go for that with white, because all of a sudden, black could be winning, yeah? So knight takes a7 would be a blunder. Maybe white would need to rely on some knight e7 or immediate c5. Difficult to spot that. So that's the current position with a repetition of moves. And also now the b4 pawn is hanging, so I guess that now after king e2, Eileen should take on b4, because if knight to f4 check, then white can go to f1, and there's no more check on d3. Yeah, so now she takes on b4. Yeah, knight c8 is going to win another pawn, but as we can see, the b4 pawn dropped in the process. And I think sooner or later it's going to be time for black to activate the king. Nico rooting for Eileen. Yeah, would be a nice comeback, yeah. Especially after her rough first day at the event. Still, Anna has chances here, of course, yeah, like being a pawn up. But black has compensation, mostly because she has so much space on the king side and the g2 pawn. And basically all of the pawns are fixed on light squares. King e3, avoiding king f4. What if knight c8 instead of c4 earlier? So I'm assuming you mean at this point. If knight c8 here, I think black is in time with counterplay with knight d5 check. And if you try to protect the pawns, then knight f4 is coming. picking up the g2 pawn, and after that also h3 could be weak, or black could break through with knight takes g2 followed by g4. And if you try to stay with those pawns, then black can capture on c3. So this is the current live position. Objectively speaking, black is not worse here anymore. Also because the bishop on b3 is not doing so much. I guess knight c5 would come. Need to watch out for some tricks like this. c5 with the discovered check would be winning for white. But I think knight c5 is doing the job. Or bishop d7, also good. Restricting the knight on d4. Yeah, I mean, I would have also liked knight c5 here because I don't think white ever wants to take on e6. Then black is really safe with a nice dark square bind. Even in a position like this, white probably needs to watch out at some point not to overdo things. But yeah, she got the knight to c5 on the next move. And now the king is maybe entering. Still, white has knight c2. Yeah, f4 of course has the downside that the knight cannot come to f4 anymore, but of course it is kicking out the king from e3. So king d4 being played. I guess white is gonna kick out the king again with knight c2 check, and it has to go back to d4. Yeah, I mean, if white over pushes here, it can go wrong, yeah? No doubt about that. Knight e5 though, yeah? How do you protect the b6 pawn? That's actually a decent question. Can you go for b5 here? I think b5 has been played. Knight b6. White cannot take here because then black is picking up the piece on d5, just to have that said. So knight b6 played. Bishop c6. I like that move. If white takes, then black is gonna have some counter chances against those pawns. Yeah, she takes, so Aline certainly gonna take back. I guess they made a draw, yeah? Like, Anna probably offered a draw here. And Aline accepted since no one would otherwise play king e5 here. I think a reasonable decision, because if, I mean, this could go wrong for white. Not even sure how you can even, what you can do against it. Maybe king e1, but knight d3 is coming at the very least. So yeah, draw was agreed in that game. The only ongoing game still is Dinara Wagner against Laura Unuk, which is a winning rook endgame, which I'm sure Laura is going to convert. The pawn is just running, and now e2. And white cannot stop both pawns with her rook. This is resignation here. Yeah, and Laura Unuk takes the point home, which means for us, for the standings, if we can go there. So this is these are the results of this round. All of them, not all of them, but two of them have been decisive now, as we've seen Anna Muzychuk against Elaine Rubers ended in a draw. And the standings are as follows. Dinara Wagner still on shared first place, together with both Muzychuk sisters. All of them are on 4.5 points. everything is open, yeah. Standings are as follows: Dinara Wagner and Maria Musicuk on 4.5 points, followed by Olga Badelka and Eline Rubers and Laura Unuk. All of them are on 3.5 points. So there are 3 players on 4.5 points and 3 players on 3.5 points. I don't think I've ever seen this in a closed round robin tournament. Quite interesting. Yeah. So those are the standings. There are still 2 more rounds left to be played. And the next game is supposed to start in, I believe, 30 minutes or so, which means that I will go on another break, just a quick break, and then we'll be back briefly with the last two remaining rounds. So thank you guys for watching so far. I will be back, so you can leave the stream running in the background, and I'll be back shortly with the last 2 rounds, which are about to start quickly. So thank you guys, and I will see you guys soon. And welcome back, guys, to the coverage of the Freedom 24 Ladies Cup. I can see that many of you have stayed during the break, which is nice to see. And the next round is about to start in just a matter of seconds with the following pairings, as we can see here. Olya Bedelka with the white pieces playing against Anna Muzichuk. Her sister, Maria Muzichuk, is playing with the white pieces against Dinara Wagner. And finally, we have Laura Onuk against Aline Robbers. About the standings, the whole tournament is quite, like all of the players are quite close together. There are 3 players on 4.5 points and 3 players on 3.5 points, which is something that is not quite typical for those tournaments. Typically, there is one player who is 1 or 2 players who are not at the top but at the bottom, and 1 or 2 players that are at the top. But this time, like in this tournament in general, the whole playing field is all of them are almost equal in strength. Only 10 watching Nexus Night. Well, there are so many events currently going on. Also, the time is maybe not perfect for some of the European audience, but I see that some of you guys, Checkmate Nico back in the chat, are very loyal to the stream. And hopefully I can shed some light onto some of the openings and some of the play, and perhaps you can learn 1 or 2 things from the stream, hopefully. Felix, did you start streaming or making videos? Not sure that I understand your question. When I started out with YouTube, and also currently I'm mostly focusing on producing long form videos. But I am thinking of streaming a bit more often in the near future. It's 8:30 p.m. in India. That's probably a good time to watch in India. Like most people are finished with school and work, but in Europe, especially the time that the event started, which is 12 a.m., most people are still at work or at school. Why I started with content creation. That's a great question. No one has ever asked me that. So my main motivation for starting out was, first of all, to have another career path than playing. At the time where I started with content creation, I've already been coaching for like half a year, or maybe a bit longer than that. And I thought that it's first of all a good addition. I didn't even think about income that much when I started with content creation, but I thought that maybe some people would find my videos helpful, maybe reach out to me for lessons and those things. And in the meantime, at least I have the impression that some people find my videos useful, which is basically the main reason why I started out, to give some people the option to have some free content and perhaps learn something from that. Fire answer, yeah. Political answer, yeah, you could say. Anyway, about the games, which one of them would you like to go to? I see that we have a temporary piece sacrifice in Laura Onuk against Aline Robbers. Pretty solid play between Olya Bedelka and Anna Muzichuk. Theoretical debate in the Ragozin in Maria Muzichuk's game. Who's a favorite for the Blitz tournament? It's very difficult to say that. I'm not aware that any of the players are like renowned as Blitz specialists. I mean, they're all good at it. Don't get me wrong. But it's very difficult to pick a favorite, even in the rapid. Like all of the players are very equal in strength. Is it true that most chessable courses, even by title players, are not pure top-notch, like they would be missing some lines to analyze or recommending not so good lines except the top authors' courses. I mean, that's a thing with courses, books, and so on. Often is the case, but I think people are also also a bit too harsh when it comes to that. Like most authors do recommend what they think is good, and of course in some cases they cannot always be fully objective with their recommendations. Mosichuk sisters are especially good in classical. Yeah, I mean, they are very good in classical. It's hard to say like which time control is their best pick, but I would also say that they're generally more of classical players than faster time controls. Should we go to Maria's game, since you've just mentioned it? I think that would be a good place to start. So let's change the board view and have a look. Since it is also Rogozin, which I am, as you all know, recommending in my upcoming chessable course. d4, knight f6, knight f3, d5, c4, classical queen's gambit now. White not allowing the Nimzo. Bishop b4, this is what we call the Rogozin defense. Black is pinning the knight on c3 and often has some tactical ideas with knight e4 to make use of the pin. Maria goes for a very solid line with queen a4 check. The idea of that is to provoke or force black to go knight c6. On the other hand, white is losing a bit of time. The queen is not always perfectly placed there, but generally in those structures the knight is a bit misplaced on c6, just because black generally would like to attack the center with c5 later on. And the knight on c6 therefore can be a bit clumsy. But as I just said, white is losing some time and the queen on a4 is misplaced. Very often after bishop d7, for example in a position like this, I don't think bishop d7 is the best move here, but just to point out, now knight takes d4 is a threat. So if white makes a slow move like bishop e2, knight takes d4 is the tactical idea. And now the queen is attacked on a4 and white cannot capture on b4 because of knight c2 with a fork. So therefore Maria went back immediately. I think this is, apart from bishop d2, the main move. Now black takes on c4 and goes a6. I'm not sure if Dinaris was expecting this line, because I think the main move is immediately to go for rook e8, or in this position to go for bishop d6. Nexus Knight, thank you for joining into the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. Need to study. See you soon. See you soon, my friend. So this is generally black's idea in this Rogozin position, to then push for e5. And a6 is a useful move, but white might be able to now consolidate a bit and try to stop black from playing e5, which is kind of this move which helps black free the position, especially the bishop on c8. So short castle, bishop d6 was placed, and now rook d1. So now we see that a6 lost the tempo, and now e5 immediately is not possible because the rook is watching the queen on d8. Queen e7, now e4. So queen e7 preparing to go for this. Another option to make use of a6 now would be to go for b5. But it is weakening the c5 square, and maybe white could try to use it by going knight e4 next. Queen e7, e4, e5, and now bishop g5. Seems like Maria is having a pretty good day overall, winning some nice games. And now it appears to me like Dinara is in some trouble because knight d5 is coming. For example, if e takes d4, knight d5, and white is going to ruin black's structure on the next move. Bobby Fischer is saying, even though there are generally some very good courses, I still prefer to analyze and prepare the lines with the engine on my own. I think that's the good approach. Yeah? I think you should take some inspiration from different courses, but also not fully rely on them. And have your own ideas as well. and try to make it kind of a healthy mix between different ideas from courses, some ideas by yourself, maybe some ideas from my YouTube channel, who knows. All right, let's go to Padelka's game. That started out with an English, knight f3, c5, c4, and this 4 knights line, white going d4 here, c takes d4, knight takes d4, and now e6. I've also played this myself with white. Mostly I went for the line with bishop f4, even played this against Ivanchuk once, and prepared it for Pentala Hare Krishna as well. I think this is quite a tricky line. But Padelka went for a3 with the point to prepare e4 without allowing bishop e4, pinning the knight on c3. Bishop e7, now e3. Typically white would go e4 here when positions like this would usually appear. Black often goes for some type of hedgehog later with b6, bishop e7, with a roughly balanced position, but white having a little bit of better chances just because of the extra space advantage. But Padelka played with e3, bishop e2, which should not be too testing. Position now should be equal. Take on d5, short castle, bishop d6, h3, maybe stopping some ideas with bishop h2, even though it's probably not just necessary yet. I'll be thinking of going knight f3 to prepare b4, followed by bishop e2. So this. Not sure if I like the bishop here, because now queen d6 is coming, as we see in the game. And this whole constellation looks a bit clumsy now if black is able to go h5, h4 very quickly. Felix, are you a player who relies heavily on opening preparation or not? I feel like people have the impression of me that it is the case for me, that I'm like a theoretician and I know a lot of different crazy ideas and stuff, but I don't think that that's necessarily the case. I know a lot of different lines and I know a bit of almost every opening, that's what I would say. But I don't specialize in long and forcing lines. This is not my style. I much prefer some small positional strategical ideas. This is what I specialize in. All right, let's have a look at this encounter, which we haven't had a view at earlier. So Laura sticking to her London, and for the first time, I believe, in this event, she found herself facing g6. Of course, Eline's repertoire going for the King's Indian, knight d2, bishop g7, and she goes for the setup with e4. I think more common generally is this approach for white to just play this London setup. Bishop often drops back to h2, bishop e2, short castle. Yeah, I'm definitely more of a positional player, that's for sure. It is also possible for white to go for the plan with e4, as Laura played it. Bishop e2, knight c6, but I think that she should try to stabilize the center now with c3, which becomes obvious after the next move, short castle, which has the downside that now black has this nice move, knight takes d4. And the point becomes clear now. After knight takes d4, Elaine played e5. And now black is winning the piece in pretty decent circumstances. Bishop e3 certainly still the best for white. You don't want to give away this bishop. Like if you take here, then black is already better for sure, just because of the bishop pair, and the dark squares could be weak in the long run. Yeah, so bishop e3 was played. Now take on d4, rook e8, putting pressure on e4. Bishop f3 and d5, releasing the tension in the center, which is certainly enough for equality, but I feel like black could have already tried to play for more here, maybe with an idea like bishop d7 followed by bishop c6 to put pressure on the e4 pawn. I would like that. For example, rook e1, bishop c6. I mean, white is also shouldn't be worse here, like c3, queen c2, rook d1. often in those structures, I've seen an idea like knight h7, knight g5, which can often be interesting. I don't know if it works here. Computer says it's possible. Knight h7 with the idea to go knight g5, and then this bishop on f3 is not looking so great. Yeah, white's bishop on f3 especially, I agree, is not on a perfect square here. So therefore, maybe... But f3 is also not great. Now you're weakening a lot of the dark squares. Maybe bishop d3 is the safest move. But now I'm thinking if maybe black has this tactical shot. Yeah, that's not so safe after all. Knight takes e4, and if bishop takes on g7, knight takes d2. And in the end, black is going to be a pawn up. Nico, you're predicting Aline to win in the Blitz. That's a pretty decent prediction, I would say. As you say, her style is fitting quite well with Blitz. I'm just curious to see her time management, because that's obviously also plays quite a big part in Blitz. Why not c4 for white? At which point? You mean here? If c4 here, then I can take on e4. I'm assuming you mean at a different position. What is the difference between tactical and positional players? Where do they differ in playing style? I'd say that's a pretty obvious answer, that tactical players are looking for tactics and positional players are looking for the opposite. I think there's a saying like that... How is it exactly? I've loved that. Tactical players know what to do when there is something happening, and positional players know what to do when nothing is happening. I don't know who said that, but I've always found that to be quite precise. So yeah, Aline plays d5 and releases the tension in the center. That was your question, to go for f3 followed by c4. Yeah, that's possible, but after f3, well, first of all, now I could maybe go for d5. And in a position like this, now we see that the e3 square has been weakened significantly, and black would be doing quite well now. So I think f3 d5 would be a nice counter shot for black immediately. But yeah, this was how the game commenced, knight e4, knight f6, and I believe now that the game could very well end in a draw. Looks quite drawish to me. Felix, I always wanted to ask you how you feel when you play positionally. Like, it feels to me like you're doing not too much threatening your opponent so far. So for this, how to be patient in positions and not rush. As I said earlier, I really like that saying, that a tactical player knows what to do when something is happening in the position, and a strategical player knows what to do when nothing is happening in a position. So this is what I like to do in chess as well, just to have positions where I can slowly make improvements in the position and don't need to calculate some long crazy lines. Yeah, in Aline's game, as you were saying, if someone can play for something, it might be black because of this extra space on the king side. Like with white, I don't know if it's not like it's necessary, but I would certainly be thinking of going h4 here myself, just to fix the pawns on light squares and not to allow black to gain any further space on the king side. The future g2 might be weak, yeah? Especially if white would go for h3, then it could become a weakness. But okay, I mean, the position is still very balanced. For example, white could go f4 here to fix those pawns on light squares. So there's still a long way ahead for black to create winning chances here. Let's go back to Maria's game. So last time we saw it was here after bishop g5, when I was thinking that black is already under quite some pressure. Knight to b4, hitting the queen and covering the d5 square. Queen to e2, e takes d4, knight takes d4, and now bishop e5. Apparently black had an option here to be fine. I guess that those things still don't work. because after knight g4 check, white has queen takes g4. And then the end of the line, white is even 2 pieces up. So what else can black do here to try and equalize? Maybe c5. That is not it. What is the problem with c5? Just knight f3 back. And e5 is coming out. Also a3, then the knight has to go back and knight d5 is still there. Maybe you can go b5 first. Also bad. Bishop b3 or bishop d5, probably even stronger. Yeah, not sure what black should go for here. This runs into f4 and I guess e5 works. I guess it doesn't hurt to throw in h6. H6 should be the best and maybe g5. It's a bit ugly, but I think you need to get the bishop off of this diagonal. That was probably Dinara's best shot here. And white is going to be better, but still it's white is not breaking through. Like black can take here perhaps and try to establish a bind on the dark squares. Yeah, now this is the position and now the knight has to go back and then knight d5 is most likely coming again. All right, let's go back to Padelka's game. This is where we last saw it. So some players make the positions very messy. Yeah, outplaying their opponent. That's always the thing. No matter what the position is like, either tactically or strategically. Yeah, I mean, it's not looking great for Dinara, who was leading yesterday by, I think, a 1-point margin or even 1.5 points. But she already lost 2 games in a row now, I think. So yeah, hope that she is going to be able to save that game against Maria. Would be nice for her. Yeah, in fact, I am a fan of Ulf Andersen. Yeah, this is the style I really admire, and of course also Magnus. Yeah, like Magnus is also very good at this, to play some equalish, boring positions. Yeah, so Padelka took on c6 here, going for the hanging pawn structure, b4, trying to get the bishop to b2, and now queen to e7. I guess h5 is still too early because white can take on h5. The computer actually likes it. Maybe because of this justification. That's a nice idea. Still, white is not lost yet. Because, actually, why not? What does white do here? Looks quite unpleasant. h5 would have been a possible idea. And then this. So queen e7 was played, rook a2. Her idea was to stop bishop b2, because then after bishop g3, the pawn on e3 would be hanging. But I'm actually not sure if this would be such a huge deal, because now at least you have this active bishop on b2. And now if we can imagine white setting up a battery here with the queen on d4, white could have some pretty decent compensation. But she played rook a2, a5 took, rook a5, rook to e1. Anna took on g3 and knight to e4, and now we have another opposite color bishop position. With black probably having the better side of it, because white has the worst structure, but I think white should also be fairly safe. Bishop b2, maybe queen d4 at the right time. And one other factor is that it seems to me like white's king is a bit safer, because once this bishop reaches b2, we could see some ideas with white's queen getting onto this diagonal. And if that's the case, then black could be in some trouble sometimes. What is the best game you've ever played? The one that always comes to mind was my victory against Rasmus Swane, the German Grandmaster from the year 2023. I beat him in the German Bundesliga with a very nice endgame win there. I don't like h4 so much. Computer says it's fine, but I wanted to keep the structure like this intact. She's playing against the bishop on g6, I understand that. But what if black goes h6 now? If you go h5, bishop h7, this pawn on g4 can always be a weakness. White can defend it with rook f4, of course, but I didn't see what speaks against bishop b2 here. I preferred that move by a small margin. Yeah, so the encounter between Laura Unuk and Elaine Rubers already ended in a draw. So in this position, as we've seen it earlier, Laura did go for f4. c5, bishop e2, rooks were exchanged, and here a draw was agreed. You don't like Olga's position, do you? Yeah, after the move h4, I'm also a bit concerned here. Just because it looked so nice, this formation, and it also restricts the bishop on g6. Of course, the bishop can come to e4. Queen d3 was played, and now queen f3. I guess another thing is that Olga really wants to play for a win here, because she's in the group with 3.5 points, and a win would mean that she's on the same score as her opponent, Anna Muzichuk. f6 was played, and now maybe she's getting somewhere by pushing this pawn to h6. However, after h5, there's going to be bishop e4, and then h6, and then black is very safe. Yeah, interesting game. I think still many things are possible here. Let's go back to Dinara's game, where it looks like Maria Muzichuk is winning another game. So after a3, she probably realized she spent almost all of her time here and then took on d4. If knight c6, then knight d5 is probably devastating. How do I see myself if I decide to play some freestyle tournaments? Great question. I mean, the thing is, I almost never played Chess 960 in my entire life. I had like 2 or 3 games against some friends, but I never played Chess 960 online, and yeah, don't have a lot of experience there. But I've been wanting to start with it already for some time. Maybe during the Christmas time I can play Freestyle Friday finally for the first time ever. Yeah, so in the game then Dinara took on d4, knight d5. And now I actually don't know what she can do here anymore. Queen e5. Yeah, that's probably still the best move. How should white continue? Should probably take something on f6. I think this looks good. Knight takes f6, g takes f6, rook d5. This would be my idea. At the same time defending the rook on d4 and also the bishop on g5, hitting the queen here. And if the queen retreats, white can just go for something like bishop h6. And black should not survive this with the king on g8. Yeah, so I predict Maria here to win her next game too. Let's go back to Podelka's game, because here it still feels like a lot more can happen. So her idea with h4 seems to be paying off here. After f6, she goes for g5. And still, her king, Podelka's king, is going to be safer, I believe, in almost all of those positions. Like here, why is this even losing on the spot? H5 is a nice trick. I even missed that. I was just thinking about a position like this. And if white gets rook f1, bishop e2, this king on g8 is going to be quite weak. But h5 is of course the idea. And now the bishop doesn't have any squares. If it goes here, then queen f7 is game over. Bishop takes f6 and rook d3 also look nice. I assume you mean in this encounter. She actually went for your idea. So she took with the bishop and rook d3. Many threats here. I guess f4 is one of them. Maybe now f4. Yeah, let's go back to Boudelka's game. You're saying you still don't love her position. As white, I would fear c5, c4 with the c-pawn advancing. Yeah, in an endgame certainly, but you know, once this pawn reaches c4, you can usually, I guess, blockade it too with the bishop. Anna is going into an endgame where probably white is going to end up being a pawn up. Like if I take on f6, take here, take, and rook f6, which should be in a drawing margin, but white can try here. I think that white's main trump also here is that black's king is a bit unsafe. This is what white should be playing for here. As Boudelka is thinking. Why not rook a2, bishop d2? At which moment? At which moment are you saying? So this is the current live position. Looks like Maria is completely winning in the meantime. So f4 was played, queen d6, and now queen f2. And b5. Who can spot the fastest way to win? I mean, I guess you can just retreat with the bishop. Bishop a2 should be good enough. Yeah. White has a couple of ways to be winning here. So Mohammed, your question was when the queen was on d3. To go for, you mean bishop d2 here? Well, then black can again maybe make some luft for the bishop or put it to e4. Also a3 would be hanging. Actually, I need to move the rook. Yeah, the rook is hanging. So I can take here, and if h5, then bishop e4. So that's the current live position. Anna goes rook a4, hitting the pawn on h4. I guess white can take on g7. And if Anna decides to take this pawn, then white can at least hang on to the pawn on g7 and threaten something like rook f1 followed by rook f8. And Boudelka did go for fg7. I assume that black should take with the king. And then, yeah, black has to suffer a bit to hold this. But not the end of the world. So you're saying rook a2 in this position. I don't really get the point of that. You want to prepare bishop d2 to try and move the a pawn, but like even in an endgame like this, I don't think that this a pawn is moving anywhere. Black can just blockade it with rook a4, put the bishop to e4, start moving the pawn. Also now g4 is hanging. Yeah, it's not so easy to even protect it. So this is the current live position. Let's just briefly check into Maria's game. Yeah, now white is a queen up, rook takes b4, another nice shot. If rook takes b4, there's queen to c5. And Dinara has resigned. Let's quickly see how this game finished. So she did go for knight b4, which is actually a nice shot. Attacking the queen on d6. And doesn't really have a great square. If queen e7, then white can just capture here. And white is winning. So Dinara tried to sacrifice the queen like this, but yeah, only 2 pieces, and here she resigned because rook takes b4, queen c5 is hopeless, attacking both rooks. So that means only 1 game is remaining. And that is between Padelka and Anna Muzichuk. Actually, having a quick look at the standings now, and Maria Muzichuk is in fact leading the tournament. Anna can still catch her here in this round if Anna wins, but I believe that to be quite unlikely if we look at the current live position. So Maria Muzichuk with 5.5 points out of 9 games. Actually, how many games did Dinara lose in a row now? If I can just quickly check that. Looks like she lost 3 in a row. That's pretty painful, yeah? That is pretty painful for Dinara, who was leading before that. Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to the Padelka game. Padelka proved you wrong in which sense? What do you mean? Rook c1 on the board, hitting the pawn on c6. I guess because you were saying that you didn't really like her position earlier, yeah? Neither did I. Like, I was also not a fan of this h4 idea, but in the game it worked out pretty well. Yeah, 2025 was a pretty eventful year in chess for sure. Yeah, especially as you're saying, like if we look at the top, how it is developing, we clearly see a shift happening from the older generation to the younger generation, which is sort of expected already for some time, because most of the guys who have been playing at the top, like MVL, Caruana, and so on, they are still at the top, but now the gap between them and the younger players is visibly becoming smaller. That's my impression. So rook b8 played, hitting the bishop on b2, therefore bishop e5 instantly. Good afternoon to the tournament director of Vienna GM 2025. Good afternoon to you as well. Actually, how are the games going? I had a quick peek earlier while my break, but there were no results so far. If you have been checking, let me know. I'm really curious. I'm always following all of the games there. Arjun also lost a lot of rating. Where did he? I mean, he was 2800 and he lost a lot of rating in the Weikannsee tournament, which was at the start of the year, but I thought that now he climbed back up. And same with Norderbeck. He lost a lot of rating in the World Cup, but now he had this insane performance in the London Chess Classic. All right, so what was happening there? Was it necessary to give up the pawn on a3? I'm trying to look for a better try for white, but h4 is hanging, yeah? That's a problem. It's probably a draw. Rook c1 is natural. Bishop e5, rook b1. Yeah. Should be a draw. I don't see a way for white to consolidate here. I was maybe a bit too optimistic earlier that black really needs to suffer so much here. Are there any better tries? Let me check. Rook f6, rook f1. Rook f1, I wasn't sure what white can do now. Probably nothing, yeah. I mean, the rook is a bit out of play, but rook c8, c5 is coming, yeah. Shouldn't be anything. Yeah, h6 and then... So she goes to a8. Actually, rook a7 might have been more precise here. Okay, let me turn this engine off again. Now I only have the eval bar. Ah, Noribek also lost in the Sinkfield Cup, that much rating. Yeah, you're completely right. I forgot about that. So this is the live position. Now it's quite exciting because maybe black in fact is in some sort of bind. It's still not even clear. Like, let's just imagine black puts this bishop on e4, even loses the c6 pawn, and then just waits with the rook on the 8th rank if this can be won by white. Yeah, black had a nice position earlier, Nico, I agree. Now only white can play for a win, but also not sure how exactly. Like bishop f7 might be a way to try and free up the position. Maybe she could have played rook f6 before and then bishop c5 to try and go after this pawn. I'm not sure if this is running away or not. Maybe it isn't. Give bishop f7 now, I guess you can... She goes for rook e8 instead. Yeah, maybe this would have been called for, and now c6 is already hanging, so now white would be able to capture this pawn. Now it's Badelka's move. Felix, do you think chess is going to rapid side as the main time control? I mean, top 10 players in 2025 played at least half of their tournaments in such a time control. Definitely, chess is heading more towards faster time controls. I don't think there's any doubt about that. Which is also kind of a natural development, and I think a good development, because if we're being honest, not many people, like not many average people would watch a full classical game. I think it's like no one really takes like 5 hours out of their day to all the time watch it. On the other hand, Rapid and Blitz is more exciting to follow. Like there is always something happening there, so I think it's easier to sell it to sponsors and those sorts of things. Who do you think is the best classical player this year of 2025? I mean, Magnus is still the best in my opinion, but I guess you cannot really count him in. By the way, I was just thinking about g6, but black still has rook h5 check now. Because otherwise this would be winning. Bishop takes cannot be played because of checkmate. And if this, then h7 is winning. Winning the bishop on f7. But rook h5 is still there, and then if the king moves, then black can take with the pawn. But it was a trick. So this is being played. I mean, hope that Badelka is not over pushing here, because now the king is getting out, and now white's pawns here are a bit sort of worthless. Still a draw, of course, but now black is definitely not worse anymore. Yeah, it's got to be Magnus, that's what I'm saying. But the thing is, I'm not sure if you can really count him as a classical player anymore, because how much did he actually play this year of classical games? Didn't have many games for sure. Yeah, I don't like where this is heading now. King f5 or this. c5 could be coming. Oof, this is not going the way it should for white. Already black had a pretty good move here. Maybe king f5 and then trying to come in with the king. Also, this is not what white was hoping for sure. Again, should be a draw, but maybe I can try to push d4. Or this first, now d4 maybe. I would probably also say Fabi. I mean, Sindarov is also someone who, like all of the guys that performed well at the World Cup, is specifically Sindarov and Valle would be some obvious contenders. Yeah, now maybe d4 can be played, but yeah, actually white can probably simplify here immediately with rook e1. And if you give a check first, then the pawn on d4 is hanging, so it's also a draw. She goes for d4, but now we're probably gonna see this simplification, and a draw is going to be agreed. I really don't think that white should play this on. At this point, only black can do something if you don't go for rook e1. Keimer, of course. Yeah, Keimer is also quite an obvious contender for best classical player of the year. Yeah, so the game ended in a draw. The game ended in a draw, which means that Maria Muzichuk is the sole leader, followed by her sister Anna Muzichuk. That's what it means for our overall standings. Let's go back to this view. And here we see the results of this round again. Maria Muzichuk won a nice game against Dinara Wagner. And all the other games ended in a draw. Yeah, so the standings, I think you can see them here. The standings are as follows: that Maria is first, followed by her sister, and then Dinara with 4.5 points. Unlucky for her, not having a good day, lost 3 games in a row. And then we have Padelka, Rubers, and Unuk all on 4 points. Okay, so what do we got in the next round? Here we see the pairings for the next round. Anna Muzichuk against Laura Unuk, Eline Rubers against Maria Muzichuk, and Dinara Wagner against Olia Padelka. And the round should start in 21 minutes. Yeah, so we all agree on Keimer, yeah? At least you agree. Do grandmasters in their conversations consider FIDE champion Gukesh even a top 5 player at this moment in time? I don't really take part in those discussions. I mean, I've said numerous times already also on video that it's quite clear to me that Magnus is the best player in the world. But I don't think the debate who comes after that makes a lot of sense. Gukesh is definitely one of the best players in the world. And I would probably place him in the top 5. I don't know about top 3, but definitely in the top 5. Queen's Gambit accepted, most solid reputation against d4. Arguably, yeah, I would say so. is after c takes d4 g6 working? I guess you mean in the last game, but I'm not so sure where you mean that. Maybe you can clarify. Yeah, next round is starting in 10 minutes. In 20 minutes, actually. 20 minutes. So it starts at 5 p.m. And just as a brief information for all of you, the final day is tomorrow, where the players are fighting it out in Blitz. Yeah, so the last game, okay, let's get back to this question and then I'll go on my final 5-minute break. So where was that? In the last game? You mean at which moment? After c takes d4, g6. I mean here g6. Okay, that's a nice idea actually, huh? Interesting idea. What does black play after g6? That's a good question, because I assume your idea is bishop takes g6, rook takes g6. So black should generally not lose here with different ideas. Like, I don't even see what is your next move with white. Like, I have many different ideas. I can give a check and then take on f6, for example. And black can never lose this. It's a draw objectively, I guess, because of this. And then white is in time to reach the corner, just in time, and making a draw. But it's a cool trick, yeah, because if takes, then h7, and well, maybe this endgame can still be a draw, because it might be like a fortress. And then rook f5 could be enough for a fortress. Hey Felix, found your channel through Perpetual Chess. Really been enjoying your content. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I loved the podcast with Ben. It was really a nice time, and generally his content is really cool too. So I'm glad that you enjoy my videos, and thank you for watching. Okay, yeah, g6 was a cool idea, huh? But black has few ways to handle it. I guess king f6 is not working, because then you can take on h7. And then if rook e8, then rook g8, and white is promoting. Maybe black can also give a check. Actually, now the engine is jumping. Because now you need to go here. Cannot go to the g file, I think, because now I can take and go rook takes h6. So rook f4 check, king e1. Does black have any chances here? What happens after this now? Because if this, then I'm winning again. So white would probably need to go g7. Bishop f7 is forced. And then we have this endgame, where the computer says it's a draw. Maybe because of this. Ah, that's lost. No, this also lost. Also, not lost, but the wrong move. Maybe rook g6. Also not right. What am I doing here? Can cut off the king, yeah? So maybe bring in the king first. It's a good idea. Apparently this is a draw, yeah, but not so simple. Yeah, check out the Perpetual Chess podcast. I had an episode with Ben, I think like 2 or 3 weeks ago, something like that. Okay, anyway, G6 was a cool trick. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, white is... Maybe Ollie even thought about that. That's why she spent some time. But realized that she cannot really play for a win with that. It might just be risky. Yeah, so the next round, the final round, is starting in 15 minutes. and I will go on a 5 to 10 minute break. Don't go anywhere, guys. I'll be right back. And last round is definitely gonna be exciting. Players are playing for the placements, and some of them are in kind of must-win situations if they want to improve their positioning in the overall standings. So thank you guys for watching so far. Hope you are enjoying the stream as much as I am, and I will see you guys in a second. And welcome back, guys, to the final round of today of the rapid segment of the Freedom Ladies Cup 2025 being played in Vienna. So the games have already started. Anna Muzichuk playing against Laura Onuk. The tournament leader having the black pieces, Maria Muzichuk against Aline Rubers with what appears to be a Sveshnikov. And Dinara Wagner against Olga Badelka with the white pieces. We are back. We are back live. So far, all of the games in more or less well-known theoretical territory. The only game which is a bit unorthodox is Olga Badelka's game against Dinara Wagner, where I believe we could see bishop takes c3 being played now, ruining white's pawn structure. She doesn't go for it yet. Which I'm a bit surprised of. Pretty dynamic line in the Caro-Kann between Anna Muzichuk and Laura Onuk. Yes, I'm still streaming. So now is the last round of today and also the last round of the rapid format. And tomorrow at 12 a.m. Central European time, we are back with the Blitz. Now you're even number one. Looks like now you're number one. Maybe we can go to Aline's game. This has progressed already the most. So let's go there. Aline Rubers against tournament leader Maria Muzichuk. So that started with a Sicilian with knight c6, d4, open Sicilian, and got the Sveshnikov. A very, very topical debate. Topical theoretical debate, knight b5, of course the main move, d6, bishop g5, a6, all of this is still very well known. And now the first small portion where white has a couple of different choices. Bishop takes f6 is one of them, but not the main move. Typically, white goes knight d5. I think most players are playing like this, bishop e7, unpinning, and now this is the position which you can often get out of the Sveshnikov, c3 or c4, both possible. And then white is trying to play for the d5 square, black playing for the bishop pair, and a timely f5 break, typically with short castle, bishop g5, and then f5. But that was what happened in the game. Here, black cannot capture back with the queen because now white has a pretty significant lead in development and can maybe play with c3 or c4. I actually never really checked that deeply. Maybe c4 now is the best way to proceed. And in the other line, well, maybe there's even some queen a4 possible. But typically black tries not to go for that. A4 instead of bishop g5? No, bishop g5 is the main move. A4 is a playable move as far as I know, with the idea to play like this. I think black has a couple of playable options here. I once saw someone play bishop g4. I think this is the established move here. The idea is to provoke f3 and then to go back bishop e6 and maybe try to break with d5. Yeah, anyway, in the game, this is played. G takes f6, the best move for black. And black does have the doubled pawns now, but can try to get rid of them immediately by going f5. I think bishop g7 is another possible theoretical move, just delaying the f5 break. So f5, g3, one of the moves in the position, trying to fianchetto the bishop, and black does not have time to hold on to this extra pawn because f5 would run into queen h5, and bad news for the black king. Bishop g7, bishop takes e4, bishop e6, and now c3, and Maria Muzichuk is thinking for the first time in the game. Not entirely sure now what the theory here is. I'm wondering now what is actually happening after knight f6. Can you just sacrifice the exchange? I guess this is just good for black, yeah? With the bishop here, nice center, weak white king. But how is the theory here? Short castle is not a good move. Often there are some ideas with g4, but maybe that runs into queen h4 here. Well, here they're still certainly following the theory. I'm just not fully up to date with the developments here. Typically nowadays people don't play that line too often and mostly are looking for ideas in the Rosolimo and also in this line with 95. It's quite topical. Has also been featured in the World Championship match between Caruana and Carlsen. So that is now the live position. Very logical move for black to cast a short. And we'll be thinking of pushing f5 quickly. Let's go to this game between Dinara Wagner and Olga Bedelka, where I was saying earlier that I was thinking black has some ideas like this, maybe to take immediately. Or here also, I don't know, what about this? Taking on c3 and then going b6. Computer doesn't really like this, I guess because black is just not in time to consolidate. Bishop b7, then knight e5 might be coming. Still not so sure if this is actually so bad. Pawn c4 is a weakness. White can probably protect it. Yeah, only you are here in the chat, as it looks like. Looks like Nico left. That's a pity. So that's why with white I would actually be thinking of playing something like bishop d2 here and then maybe queenside castle just to avoid black from going bishop takes e3. Yeah, I think this could have been interesting. And now, I don't know, something like... Actually, it could transpose to the game now. Or a possible variation, which we've just seen. Bishop takes e3. But Erko played bishop e6. Queenside castle, and now king e8. Apparently there was one good chance for white here. I was looking at this, but I wasn't sure if it continues. Probably not, because b3 doesn't work. c3 is hanging. What can it be? Bishop c5, I guess the idea is bishop c4 also should be pleasant for white. Bishop g2, but shouldn't be the end of the world either for black. Still, white is probably pleasant here. But I think black might be in time to consolidate here. She played bishop f4, immediately looking at knight c7. Can black take on d5? It's a bit ugly, but is it so bad? Knight d4? Probably it is, yeah. Just king b1 or... Yeah, king b1 probably, and then bishop h3 is coming. And rook c1. That's really bad. Nico is back. Welcome back, Nico. Yeah, so what is black supposed to do here? Knight c7 is a bit of an uncomfortable threat. I don't think you should allow knight c7. Followed by knight takes c6, so maybe moving the bishop. Bishop f5. Maybe bishop e4 or knight f6 next. That's the way black should proceed here. Let's go to this game, which we have not analyzed yet. This was a Caro-Kann advance, c5, knight f3, and now knight c6. Mostly players are going for this line nowadays. This is very topical. B takes c6 and now bishop d3, followed by short castle when black is playing for ideas like this, trying to exchange the often passive bishop on c8. Knight c6 is not so popular nowadays because it is offering this often, what can often be a pawn sacrifice. D takes c5. Bishop g4, another move is e6, intending to take back on c5 on the next move. c3 now, this is the main line, e6, and now bishop e3. So now if knight takes e5, then how is this exactly here? Yeah, knight takes e5 fails because of queen to a4 check. That's the idea. Nico stole your first place, yeah? After queen a4, white is winning, because queen d7 runs into bishop b5. Let me actually show this. And if knight c6 is played now the bishop on g4 is hanging, so white can just take it. White can just take it here. So that's why Onok played a6, to prepare all of this without giving white this b5 square. So after knight takes e5, queen a4, white is winning on the spot, winning a piece. a6, knight d2, knight takes e5, and yeah, you often get some positions like this from the line. I think queen a4 is not the most common move. Typically white is playing for some b4, quickly b4, a4, b5, trying to use the majority on the queen side. Maybe her idea is to go for knight e5. I'm not sure it's so dangerous, because after knight takes c6, black does not have to take back, which would run into this, but instead black can, for example, play this. And if the king takes, then maybe I will even take with the pawn, not with the queen. And black is completely fine. Even the king on e2 is a bit off. Any developments in this game? There was an exchange sacrifice. How did this happen? So here Aline played the move knight to e3, and Maria giving up the exchange with knight e7. I guess what she didn't like was for white to establish some bind on the light squares here. Maybe even queen h5. Which is a fair concern, because f5 white can still take, so black probably has to go for h6. So computer says black is fine here. I guess that black can come out of this bind with either queen g5 or knight e7, followed by d5 or f5. Yeah, queen takes d4, queen f4 is also topical in this Caro-Kann line. You're right. I guess you mean this knight c6, queen f4. That's another one of the topical lines here. Yeah, so in the Rubers game, in this position, knight e7 was Maria's idea. Also interesting, just giving up the exchange. Black has, again, not even a single pawn, but the bishop pair, possible control over the center, which should give her pretty decent compensation. Computer doesn't love rook d8. Maybe the immediate bishop h3 is possible. Also doesn't like that, because d4 doesn't actually do anything yet. Maybe white can even take here. And if rook d8, maybe queen h5, hitting the bishop on h3. $2,100 FIDA. Strong players in the chat all day long. And computer gives some edge here for white. I'm curious what is the best way to continue. I mean, f5 is another idea, but I'm not sure if it's actually good. Like white can maybe go f4. Interesting. The way she played is very natural. Rook d8 and d4. I like that a lot. I'm just curious what is better than that. Also not knight g6. I guess the computer likes the rook on f8 for some reason. My guess would be play f5 later, but I have to cheat. d4 is the move immediately, and if take, of course now knight takes d4 is not possible because rook d8 and the bishop is not on h3, so white cannot attack it with queen h5. Okay, that's actually not as complicated as I thought, but she prepares it with rook d8, which is also natural. But it does give white some time. Thank you for the donation and for the, I guess, kind words. It doesn't suck. It does not suck. Don't worry about it. Yeah, so that's now the position. I guess e takes d4 is gonna come. Don't see what else. And black still has compensation with the d-pawn. Yeah, how much is that? Even what currency is that? I'm also curious about it. Curious what currency that is. Yeah, so Maria is thinking here. It goes for bishop h3 first. Yeah, I did use that word, but it was more for obvious reasons that the video could generate a bit more attention. And also I've changed my opinion on that quite a bit with all of the feedback which I've gotten and with different experiences I've made over that time. Wow, it's 50 euros. That's a lot. Well, thank you, Alexander. I really appreciate it. And yeah, very generous of you. I'm not sure I know you, Nico. Are you competing in any tournaments which I've played into? Yeah, so that's now the current position. I guess white should go for f3 just to avoid the checkmate threat, but then black can also take. Looks interesting for white, at the very least. Even though the computer doesn't necessarily like it. Yeah, what about Badelka's game? Under some pressure here, it looks like she did go for bishop f5. Knight h4, but now knight to f6. Was it time for go for this now? Still bad, yeah. This position is always bad. Bishop h3 might still be coming with the tempo. Too old for Discord. That's also what I thought about myself, yeah, when I first started it. You know a person who knows Felix. Very mysterious. Yeah, I don't know what black should go for here. I mean, going back to d7 looks strange, but the computer likes it. Knight c7, king d8, I guess. Yeah, that's a bit difficult. But Elka went for knight f6, giving up the bishop pair. And now that was a strong decision to keep the knight on the board, because I think if white takes here, it shouldn't be much for white. Shouldn't be too bad for black here. What did this position start as? It was kind of a King's Indian modern Benoni type of thing. So this was the exact move order. c5, d takes c5, and now d takes c5. Take, and g3. This is how the game started. I was saying that with black I would consider something like this here, to go for a structure like this. Also in the game after bishop e3 I was looking at, lines like this earlier. Only problem is that black might have a difficult time consolidating. If black gets a couple more moves in, like bishop b7, f6, king c7, develops the knight, then black can actually take over, because c4 is just a long-term weakness. Yeah, now black is under serious pressure because knight d6 is coming. That was a strong find by Wagner. regrouping the knight from d5 to the b5 square with a check. Knight d4 plate, protecting the d6 square, and also hitting df2 pawn. Can white go knight d6 here? Should probably. Oh, we haven't met in person, but we've talked online. Okay, then I do know you from that. How many more days until you reach 10k subs on YouTube? If I would know that, I would have already won the lottery, probably. Maybe this year, but maybe not. I'm never so stressed about it. Whenever it comes, it comes. So now I think that... Actually, what do I think here? Should white take on c5 or not? Because if black manages to play b6 and then bishop e5 or bishop f8, might be able to consolidate. But taking does have the obvious downside that black is getting the rook into the game with a tempo, maybe knight e5. Computer sees even something better here. I don't know if knight a5 is more precise for whatever reason. Yeah. Both seem logical, but now maybe the difference is that bishop d4 is possible. That's why knight a5 might be more precise. Hope 10k should get completed before January 1st, 2026. Yeah, would be nice, but again, as I said, whenever it comes, it comes. Don't try to stress too much about it. By the way, there's a first result between Anna Muzichuk and Laura Unuk, who have made a draw. Very quick draw for here by white, who I guess was not fully happy with how the opening stage went. Before knight e7, knight b3. Yeah, as I said earlier, the queen on a4 might be a bit misplaced in those positions. Typically what white is playing for is a quick b4, a4, b5 type of thing. And yeah, in the game, this play, I guess she should still go back and push a4, b5. So knight b3 was played, bishop f6 and rook ac1 draw was agreed. Draw was agreed. Position is still around level, but black is comfortable, yeah, like knight e5, for example. You'll hit 10k when you make your being a chess professional in Europe is great video in a month. Do you think that would go as viral as the last one did? I have my doubts. Yeah, that's the c5 with knight c6, Karukan, you're right, yeah. It was this line, knight f3, knight c6, d takes c5, and bishop g4. Which is actually not that bad. It doesn't have the greatest of reputations, but it's quite a tricky line, I think. Not so easy for white to play. Nexus Knight going to bed. Good night. Thank you for watching the stream. I hope you had a good time. So that was the first result of the last round. Anna Muzichuk against Laura Unuk. Aline Rubers against Maria Muzichuk. A lot has happened here. So this is the last time we saw the position. Knight e3 take and queen to h5. Black took on e3. Apparently there was something better. Maybe you can move back the bishop and ask the knight where it's actually going. Because if it goes to g4, the queen is a bit of in a strange situation here. I don't know about this or knight g6 first. The knight doesn't have anywhere to go. Knight h6, but then king f8 probably. And then where does it go? Thank you, Nico. I appreciate that. Well, hopefully we'll see. We'll see where the journey goes. So that was what happened in the game, and now probably an equal position is going to arise after black takes on f2. Maybe white can play something like this to be able to meet rook d2 with rook e2 here. Looks like the safest. Let me see actually and tell you about the standings. So Maria Muzichuk is guaranteed shared first as far as I can see, since Anna Muzichuk already made a draw. And Laura Unuk finished, so she's on 4.5 points. And the only person who is able to catch up is Wagner Dinara if she manages to beat Olga Badelka. So I would suggest that we head back to this game because it's quite important for the overall tournament standings. So this is where we saw it. She went back bishop g2, not taking on c5. That's the way to go. b6, e3, and maybe I was a bit too confident here in black's abilities to defend, because now bishop e5, as I wanted to play it, is not possible because white can take on c6 and then take on e5, winning a piece. So Badelka tried bishop f6. My other idea was bishop f8, trying to exchange this bishop. But even once I exchange, white still might have some pressure along the d file. Not so sure. Unless I can just play like this, king e7, rook d8. But there are some other problems maybe. Take and then this, for example, or even bishop e5 is uncomfortable. Even if white doubles the rooks, yeah, black is having a hard time to untangle. So that's the current position in the game, and still difficult for black to get her pieces out. Especially the king is stuck on e8. Yeah, Uno could have played on, but yeah, she's playing against a high-rated opponent, so from that regard, it makes her choice more obvious. Or at least more understandable. What's your opinion on how much stronger a chess coach should be than the student? I don't think that it's so important that the coach is so much better than the student. Even in some cases, the coach is worse from playing strength than the student. The most famous example is Hikaru Nakamura, who has I think a rating of 2100. But still, they've been working together for such a long time, and Hikaru must be quite satisfied with the work. Maybe now after rook g4, I don't know, but f4 could be considered just to block out the rook. But it does give black a target which she can maybe try to play for with h5 and h4. Maybe after removing the rook, h5, h4. So she goes for b3. Very natural move, just protecting the pawn on c4. So back to your question, I don't think it's so important that the coach is that much better than the student. Mostly comes down to the coaching abilities and being able to prepare good material for the classes. Yeah, Sudo, as we've said earlier, this line, if bishop f8 here, you're completely right. Yeah, this is very unpleasant. Bishop e5 and then just double rooks on the d file, for example, like this. Even rook a3 could be an idea at some point, and black is not really able to get out. Maybe with bishop g7, but even this is possible now immediately, because if bishop e5, rook d8 is picking up the exchange. Yeah, now it's a very difficult position for Olga Badelka. Mohammed, thank you for watching. It was great to have you in the chat. Glad that you enjoyed the stream. and hopefully see you tomorrow. Yeah, there is Blitz tomorrow. It starts at 12 a.m. Central European time. And the same players are competing against each other. I think with rematches, so everyone has white and black against the same opponent. Even Messi has a soccer coach, yeah. That's a good analogy. Yeah, black is in a very passive position here. It's still not so easy though to see how white can actually make progress here, because if bishop f4 back, it might run into e5, trapping the bishop. And what other ways does white have to make progress? h3 g4 is one idea, but I'm not sure it's the right plan, because it looks like white should play on the d file. She goes for h4. That cannot be bad, and anyway, black does not have many moves here. Yeah, Hikaru's second is 2100. You can check it. It's for real. His name, I believe, is John Littlewood. But a good extra information for that is that he's, as far as I know, yeah, it's John Littlewood, I believe. You can probably also Google Hikaru second, and you should be able to find it. He's very good with engines. Yeah, that's exactly what I was just about to say. That he is in fact a correspondence player, I believe too, and very good with analyzing with engines. You mean with h5, h6 to infiltrate on the h file? Yeah, I don't know if that was her idea. Like if rook g8, you mean to go for something like this? Yeah, I think the pawn on h6 would become more of a weakness, and you can get the rook here, but for example here maybe bishop g5 going after the h6 pawn is possible. Even if you get to the h5 square, I'm not so sure what you're doing there. So e5, Olga is trying to understandably do something in the position because it's just so cramped. And now a very classy move by Dinara Wagner, bishop g2, with the intention of going bishop h3 next. Really enjoy the way Dinara has been playing this game so far. So bishop h3 is coming next, and I don't see how black can actually defend this pawn. If f4, then white could probably also capture it at the right time. Maybe throwing bishop h3, hitting the rook, and then maybe take twice. Or even better, to take with the g pawn probably, because if you take like this, it should be good, but maybe it can give black the d4 square. It's about Hikaru, I think it's more like a second. Yeah, I don't think he's coaching him. In general, I'm not sure that most of the top players actually have like an end game or middle game coach. I think most of them do that work by themselves. It's mostly about openings. Yeah, bishop g2, classy move, and Padelka in a pretty difficult position now. Let's go back to the game of Elaine Rubers. Very important for the tournament standings. If Maria Muzichuk makes a draw here, it means that she has decided the rapid portion for her. So we saw the position here the last time. She went for my suggestion rook e1 with the idea that if rook d2 now, there is rook e2. h5, knight e3. Position is balanced there. e6. And not much happened here. Knight e5, rook d5, now going into the rook endgame, and I would be very surprised if the game ends in anything else than a draw at this point. Do you find a big difference between over the board and online, or does it not affect you much? It is a big difference. It is definitely a big difference. Like if you play online, especially in Blitz, it's just a completely different feeling. First of all, you can be much faster with the mouse than over the board. For some people, it's also more difficult to play online. It's quite a big difference overall. Yeah, maybe Patelka is trying to defend the pawn on h5 like this. But this is quite sad, huh? But I mean, kudos to her for even finding the idea. I didn't even spring to my mind to put the rook to h5. And still, white does need to win the game, yeah? The problem is if g4, let's say in this position, if white goes g4, then black doesn't have to take the pawn, but instead can take on h4 first, and it's not even worse anymore. And if e4, then at least black gets the d4 square, and after that it's not easy for white to make a lot of progress. So it's very, very important for white to keep the pawn on e3. So a3, another very classy move by Dinara, who is most likely trying to prepare b4, creating a second weakness. Christopher Littlejohn. Yeah, I completely messed up the name. Apologies for that. What did I say? John Littlewood? I don't know what's wrong with me. Yeah, Christopher Littlejohn, of course. What do you think about the Italian knight c3 for white? Interesting line. A lot to discover there. And therefore also many players are playing it. Check out some of Sindarov's games in those lines for sure. He has some nice model games. Yeah, the d4 square is weak. That's the problem if white goes for d4 for e4 here, then the knight can come to d4. Shouldn't the Grandmaster be better with engines? I mean, on average, I would say yes, but if someone is really skilled at it, it doesn't mean that just that he's not a Grandmaster, it doesn't mean that he cannot work with engines. So there is definitely a tendency that if you're also a strong player over the board, you might be able to work better with it, but it's not like a must, I think. It's not like a must. So, rook h5, a3 was played, bishop e7, and now bishop g2, e4. This is the current live position. And it is Dinara who just played bishop h3, giving away the advantage. Why is that? Rook d8. Now again, white is winning with, is it bishop c7? I mean, I guess in this position, black could have taken a knight e5. That not it? I thought that was a nice idea. The problem is even some positions like this might just be completely losing because of this rook. Even white is probably picking it up. Bishop g2, bishop f3. Rook d8 was played in the game, and now rook d5. What does black have here? Maybe this an idea. That's the idea for white, knight d4. And if bishop e7, there's knight b3. With check and then take on d2. And if this, then black can take here, and at least with opposite color bishops, there's quite a big chance to save this. Yeah, this is what happened in the game, and now it is bad news for white. Rook on h5 is completely out of the game. Knight d3, king e2. If knight c1 check, then maybe king. Where is the king going? Rest in peace, John Littlewood. It was also a player, yeah. That's maybe why I mixed it up, yeah. I didn't know that he passed away. Knight d4 was a nice move, yeah. So king e2, b5. I'm not sure why she didn't try this one. It should definitely be losing as well. Maybe the knight is just getting... Well, now you can go back to d3. I don't know what white would have played. Maybe something like this. But still, knight b3. This rook on h5 is really amazing, yeah? By the way, I see that Maria Muzichuk is winning in her game against Aline Rubers. How did this happen? So f5, king f4, rook e6. Now the king is in a bit of a precarious situation here. It should still not be a big issue, but now it's already lost. How did this go wrong so quickly? It would have certainly been safer not to place the king there, but instead to go, I don't know, somewhere here and then just wait like this. It would have probably been safer. Because this could already be tricky, in fact. What does white need to do here? a5, apparently a draw. Because here, looks like white is in Zugzwang. White has to go back rook d4. And now rook f2, king e3, rook b2. Winning a pawn and also h2 is most likely gonna fall. That's unfortunate for Aline. Well, Maria now definitely winning the rapid portion. There's no way in this world that she's gonna lose that game. And what about Podelka's game? So here she finally tried to free the rook on h5, but at a pretty big cost because there are too many pawns dropping. How can you be skilled with engines? Yeah, I mean, good question, yeah. But having a good understanding of the practical aspect, which does certainly help you. You are certainly better at it if you are also a good player. But I think you can learn some of those skills even if you're not playing actively or maybe don't have an international title. Yeah, now king f6 should be checkmate in a matter of a couple of moves. For example, rook d6 picking up the knight. Even this would have been possible to follow by rook c8, but after rook d6, Podelka resigned. Which means that she also did not have the best of days, making half a point in the last 3 rounds. Probably not the result, or most definitely not the result she's been hoping for. And sad news for the Austrian chess fans. And kudos to Dinara, who played an almost flawless game here. There was only this one small moment where Black had a quick chance to maybe escape with a draw here, with this move knight to d4. But apart from that, it was a really nice game by Dinara. In the meantime, this is the position between Maria Muzichuk and Aline Rubers. And I assume that Black can win now by bringing the rook to f3 and then taking the pawn on g3. Having an engine line that is plus 0.5 but requires you to find 30 best moves is different than finding lines that you can play easily with many winning plans. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing nowadays with modern chess. Many people are heading into this direction that they are studying a lot of forcing lines, but I think it's a difficult approach to do that. And it's certainly not my approach. It gives me the feeling that it might be a bit impractical. Like if you're playing at the candidates or at the World Championship match, then you have all the time in the world to prepare for that and study all of those lines seriously. But if you're an average chess player, I don't think it makes a lot of sense to study a lot of forcing lines, which are purely engine driven. Yeah, Aditya, that's another point. And another danger if you're following the engines too much, that you might get surprised by your opponent by a move which is maybe not the best, but in fact might not be so easy to figure out. Actually, this reminds me now, like if we just have this endgame now, I was thinking that this is a draw because of a nice trick. White always has this idea, and then black is in Zugzwang. But it doesn't matter. In the game, this was not possible to achieve. Rook f2 was played and Eileen resigned because rook f3 is coming on the next move and black still has the pawn on b5. If rook takes f3, then rook b5, then rook f3, and then black is taking on g3. And with two connected passed pawns, it is almost always winning, unless white can establish a blockade with the king, blockading the pawns, but this is nowhere near possible here. So big congratulations to Maria Musicuk, who has decided the rapid portion for herself. Actually, let's head back to the standings here if we can do so. So here we see the final standings. Maria Musicuk, first place with 6.5 points, Wagner Dinar with 5.5 points, as well as Anna Musicuk, followed by Laura Unuk on 4th place, and Badelka and Rubers both on 4 points. For both of them, certainly not the tournament they've been hoping for. Yeah, pity for Eileen, especially that last game must have hurt quite a bit to lose that rook endgame. But she did have quite a few games that she can definitely be proud of. I still remember the King's Indian game from yesterday. That was a nice one. Yeah, of course it depends, like if you're checking openings for yourself or for someone else, always need to be aligned with the style the person is playing for too. The style always needs to match. So that was it for today, actually, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the stream. Thank you for, especially those of you who have been here loyally, who have been very loyal to the stream and have watched almost all day long. You guys really made my day with that, being in the chat always. And I will be back tomorrow. Let me just quickly give you some information for tomorrow. So tomorrow we have the Blitz, which is going to be played out in 10 rounds. This is what we're going to see tomorrow. 10 rounds Blitz tomorrow. Let me change to this. So tomorrow there are 10 rounds of Blitz. As I said earlier, all of the players are having the white pieces and the black pieces against the same opponent. And it starts at 12. It starts at 12 p.m. tomorrow, Central European time, and is going to take probably as long as today, maybe even a bit longer because there are 10 rounds of Blitz. But yeah, maybe it should be finished by the same time. So thank you for all of you who were in the stream. Thank you so much for watching. I will be streaming the Blitz tomorrow, yeah? So starts at 12 Central European time, same time like today, and probably also gonna take the same time. So thank you, Sudo, thank you, Jacob, thank you, Arta Blunder, for watching. Appreciate all of you guys, and hopefully we'll see at least